Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, as always. As it was, is, and ever shall be, or something. Hey, guys, I'm up late. I figured you guys are probably up late, too. Are you guys up? Are you guys awake out there? Are you guys watching some YouTubes? We've got a lot going on, and I just saw this, and this is huge. Like, I didn't know that this happened, because it even happened 2 days ago. In all of the ICE shit I missed, that Trump has apparently ended the temporary protected status of Somalia, or at least some Somalis that are in the United States. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. And I'm going to go ahead and admit my incorrectness here. I thought there's no way that they're going to do this. I talked about it a little bit the other day because I was like, I mean, they could do blah, blah, blah. This is before all the ICE shootings and stuff. But, the ICE guys are just out there shooting Americans like ATF shoots dogs. Right-wing joke. So Trump is going to end the temporary protected status of Somalis in the United States. And if you don't know what that means, that's fine. As a very general level, a huge contingent of the Somali population in the United States, or well, at least it used to be, was a result of an ongoing civil war in Somalia. Maybe you've heard of it or heard about it or seen movies that reference it and stuff like that. But there was, there was significant political turmoil and then consequently significant political danger for those who may find themselves living in Somalia and impacted negatively by the conflict and the scariness of it. Like, because it's terrifying to be engaged in a civil war, especially in Africa, because they're good at those over there. Like, we did one a while back and we kind of got it out of the way. But like, they do them like, they're like, you know what? We're going to do one of those like this week or whatever. And then they do one. You're like, good God, like atrocity has occurred. And then it's just kind of, oh yeah. I mean, that's just like how it goes over there. It's weird. But that being said, temporary protected status, and I have to confess, I'm not personally fully polished up on the nuances of, if any, of temporary protected status for Somalis in the United States, or which specific order, if there are more than one, etc. But is it just a general thing when there's an armed conflict or some sort of political unrest that puts people in danger, and they are granted basically refugee status, a temporary protected status in the United States allows them to come here temporarily. They're protected from deportation effectively, but like they get to come here and not become citizens because they are not coming here to be here. I think a lot of them forgot this. I think, a lot of people forgot this, but they were coming here to be safe, not to be Americans. Now, some communities have been very happy to integrate Somali populations into them, etc. This doesn't have anything to do with the goodness or badness of any person or group, okay? It just means that there is a conflict of some sort that puts people into distress. And so the United States, through its State Department, has the ability to grant a temporary status to allow people to come here and become safe from that conflict for so long as the temporary protected status remains. Temporary being the operative word, but it is an indefinite status because you can't really predict when a civil war will end or whatever. And so I'm looking at the tweet. Not that there's much to it, and I'm realizing that you guys can't see the tweet. I should probably set that up. And oh my gosh, I should set up the. We should make sure and get the. Oh no! I forgot to set. Damn it! I forgot to set it up as dual streaming. That was dumb. That was dumb. But hey, that's okay. So here we go. Is this the one? This isn't what I was looking at, but it'll work. But long story short, a temporary protected status exists so long as the administration wants it to. There's some rules around that, but basically, come here, be safe until you can go back. And now Trump is saying, well, you know what I like to say? You have to go back. You have to go back. You've got to go. It was nice having you here, but you have stayed a little too long. Here's a small glass of orange juice. Please leave. And that's where we're at now, apparently. Like, I don't know how, again, I don't know how broad this is, but this is fully legal. The process of it, I don't know if they've followed the appropriate process or not. I'm not saying anything either way. There may be some sort of procedural aspect to it, but generally speaking, the State Department can determine that the conditions in a country have improved, and, you know, like, then you have to go back. So this is not expected from me. I'm sure somebody saw it coming. I didn't think they would end up doing that, at least not at this stage. But, you know, with what's going on with immigration generally, this is like a snowball, and that's fine. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not particularly in favor of it or against it, like, at all. Like, I don't care. I care if they have the authority to do what they're doing. The policy is politics, right? Like, so, you know, I have my opinions and whatnot, but this isn't a huge issue for me. But I know that it is for a lot of people. So, but this will be a mass migration out. Go away, go back is the idea. Sure to cause consternation, but I missed this story. So we're going to take a look at this. We've also got an ICE shooting that has happened. Okay. Right. Like, we have that. And then, we have this, pin your comment. Oh, there we go. It doesn't have all my stupid witty stuff on it. I don't even have my chat set up yet. I'm getting there. But yeah, this will cause much consternation. And, but, you know, you kind of want to, when you have everything going already, you might want to just roll it all in together. And they're like, oh, well, we're already doing this. But of course, the massive amounts of fraud that have been alleged, and some would dare say uncovered, you know, they kind of push the needle a little bit. It's like, you're taking millions to billions of dollars. Get the fuck out, maybe. Get the fuck out. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about the ICE shooting. But the other thing, I have 3 different things to watch with you guys and talk about. It's very laid back, lighthearted. But I don't know where to focus, because one of them is going to be way more insane than the others. But there's the World War debate #1 happened, and a couple of people that I'm familiar-ish with, like, I'm not like best friends with any of these people or whatever, but I know of them. I've talked to some of them. They were on this World War debate, debating various things. And the big one that's getting headlines is Anna Kasparian versus Pearl Davis, or just Pearly Things. And I figured we could take a peek at it. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I went to go look, and I'm like, okay, where is this? Because I don't know how long the debate is. I don't know all this stuff. The whole debate thing is like 8 hours, and we are not doing that shit. There's a bunch of other stuff in there that I don't really care about. But while I was skimming through, I noticed something. I was immediately irritated. Once I clicked into one spot and I was just bristled. My body rejected what was going on. I was angry for a moment. And that was because Pisco was one of the debaters. And he's just debating this guy named Ryan Mullally, I think is his name, who's an attorney. And Pisco is presumably by now a licensed attorney. When I first talked to Pisco, he was a third-year law student, which I don't really care. Like, you're either correct or not. And as far as like the debates and discussion that we had, which was around Roe versus Wade, as far as that went, being a third-year law student versus a 50-year attorney, trial attorney, wouldn't have made much of a difference. The question was about, the Supreme Court, how it has historically applied Roe versus Wade and the legal issues around it. There isn't much that a wealth of experience would have done for anybody. And I certainly am not the most experienced attorney. Don't claim to be. I leave that to more driven people, for now at least. We'll see what the future holds. But anyway, he's debating this guy on birthright citizenship. So that's in there. Anna Kasparian is debating pearly things about women or something, because apparently women have to talk about themselves. I think they're actually debating about men and the plight of men or something. I'm not sure. Oh, I should briefly mention. So Pisco was a law student who is now a lawyer, who, as far as I can tell, was just a fan of Destiny, and then Destiny started talking to him and bringing him on streams, and that's about my knowledge of Pisco. Oh, other than that, every time I seem to encounter him and see something that he says about the law, I completely disagree and usually find him to be like not just disagreeably incorrect, but just actually incorrect. But I don't actually see that much of his stuff. I don't want to impugn his good reputation. So we have that, and that's something to watch. And then I've been dipping the toes in to this What the Hales case a little bit. And there's this lawyer named Leslie, legally Leslie or LeslieLips or something, former lawyer, and she's involved in the Hales case. And now allegedly some text messages have been leaked out. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they came out in a court document or whatever, but allegedly she was, offering to share nude pictures with Jeremy Hales. Now, this is weird because they're in a lawsuit against each other, but there's some text messages going somewhere, and I haven't read them all. Like, I just saw a little bit about it, but there's text messages from one to the other, and that may involve either promises of nude racy photos or actual nude racist photos. I don't know. But the reason it caught my attention, other than obviously, just scandal in general, is that Leslie has come out and suggested that anyone sharing these text messages is committing a crime. So we want to check out her legal analysis. Now, on another note, while she is sending these text messages allegedly to the What the Hales YouTuber, she is married to another attorney, though they're allegedly or were allegedly or something going through divorce and may still be. However, he is apparently representing her in this matter against the Hales, which, I'm not a math person, but it seems like a conflict of interest to be representing your current what? Current. Oh, damn it! Going through puberty finally. It seems like a conflict of interest to be representing your current wife when you have an active lawsuit, a divorce proceeding with her. And I don't know how you can waive that conflict. I'm not sure. But it seems like one, but maybe it isn't. Maybe it's not. But anyway, so he is now having to do a humiliation parade where she keeps bringing him to like shows, apparently, and he is having to talk about how he knew the whole time that his wife was fawning over this YouTuber and sending him nude pictures, and it was like Le Epic Troll or something, and like that's happening, and that's kind of interesting. And I typically wouldn't care, like the LeslieLips lady, which has a different connotation when you're thinking about nudes, but LeslieLips, like she's interesting to me because she seems to be fucking like batty. And she like does these dancing videos and like these lip syncing things. And she yells at Megan Fox, which I do that too. And so like we have some things in common. Like I like singing. I like other people dancing like than me, which is good. Like, I don't mind dancing. I kind of like it, depending on the mood I'm in. But most importantly, I like yelling at Megan Fox, and she seems to also. Things we don't have in common is I have never had Botox, and she hasn't had Botox recently, according to her, again, yelling that at someone. But I don't really care if she had Botox or not. I just haven't had the opportunity to do it. Any of you guys out there done Botox or like lip fills or anything? Like, I don't know. I'm like not wanting to do it. I was just curious what your experience with it is. Cause like I get to cheat. I'm a man. So I can either like, I'm not saying I do, but I can like have that like sheen, fresh, young look or whatever. Or I can look like a craggy fucking granite rock face and nobody gives a shit because that's how men operate. Like you have to play it to whatever strategy you're going for sure. But like, it doesn't really matter. Women have convinced themselves that there's a more consistent beauty standard that involves stretching the skin on their face to its breaking point. And I'm exaggerating, of course, but like that is kind of like the Joan Rivers Botox look and stuff like that. And it's not just them, right? Younger women who don't, eat the blood of children have also engaged in this, and it has, increased in popularity with the rise of, I'll call it the Instagram model, but, it started with the Kardashians really kind of reshaping or shaping or upshaping or whatever American beauty standards and updating them and beauty perspective. So like the Kardashians come in and take a Kardashian ass sized wrecking ball to everything we thought was pretty. And now suddenly we're supposed to think other things are pretty. Like I'm old fashioned personally. Like I like small, thin things. Like, I don't know what to say. Probably why I like dick or whatever. That's a joke. But like, so the Kardashian look, I think, has really molded how Americans perceive objectively beautiful women, but it's not really my cup of tea. I'm not saying they're ugly or that body style is not desirable. It's not my preference. But it does seem to be every like women's preference. Like everything is gearing around that look and has been for some time. I mean, I'm sure it changes a little bit, but anyway, so that this is also the democratization of soft Botoxing where you don't have such dramatic Botox being applied to like a 75-year-old arc-lich. You have instead women doing smaller amounts of Botox much earlier in life. And, this is probably also a product of just having cameras so close with such good resolution at all times. And people seeing themselves a lot, they're taking selfies. They're not looking in a mirror. Mirrors have quality issues and stuff with, mirrors don't have like a lot of megapixels and things like that. You're kind of limited by the quality of the silver that's behind the glass and the quality of the glass and the cleanliness of everything. And then, the humidity and time and stuff like that. Now you got cell phones where people are seeing their faces up close all the time, and they're monetizing it at an entirely different manner and rate individually than before. And so I think, that kind of explains why this has been going on. Why am I talking about it? Who fucking cares? I just asked if any of y'all had Botox. Now I'm just sitting here ranting about it. Who gives a shit about Botox?
Good to hear you are finally hitting puberty, Rickietta.
Oh, because of
maybe
lips.
you can grow some shoulders. Also, did you see the Somali woman getting deported in your hometown? It was funny. Can't wait for Fargo soon.
So I did. We watched the Somali woman get arrested by ICE yesterday or last night or whatever. That stream was temporarily down. The Jon Stewart segment did get copyright claimed, and I had to edit it out of the YouTube stream. It's still present on the Rumble stream. So if people want to see it there, Rumble has not received the same copyright, DMCA takedown request or whatever, hasn't implemented anything against it. And, who cares? But you can go watch it there. I think the main problem is that I let it play through and then came back and did commentary. And I think that caused most of the issue with that. I rarely have an issue doing commentary on a clip that's only a couple minutes long. And I added a significant amount of commentary and criticism to what was going on. So, I do think I can cut out that early segment where it just plays straight through and re-upload a short video with just the takedown or the breakdown that I did, step by step. Sorry. I think I can do that, but I haven't had a chance to. I just needed to get the one segment out, and YouTube has an auto edit feature. So it was able to get the video back up, but it is missing that segment. If you want to watch it, you can watch it on Rumble. Here we go. What do we got here?
You seen that compilation of what Somalis look like? Bruh, they ain't got a family tree. They got a gnarled stump, micro peen out.
Okay. I should cover the au pair trial. What's the au pair trial?
Let's light this candle.
Let's light this candle. Tiffin, TLF fan on Rumble is a monthly supporter now. Thank you so much. What now? You're putting pressure on me. I got to figure out how to get Rumble members only streams going. Don't worry. This isn't a singing stream. It was just a momentary foray into a few poorly executed notes from my very dry throat. All right, so let's take a peek at this article real quick. So here's the layout. We're going to do this article and then talk about the ICE shooting right up front here. And if people want to ask about the new ICE shooting, the new one, not the Renee one, she's old news in the ground. Now they got someone who's alive. They got someone who's alive who can be like, Mr. ICE has shot me in the leg. I just went from Mexican to Eastern European, but so we'll talk about the ICE shooting. I do think there's a funny progression of what happened, and I think the new ICE shooting is really actually happens to have a critically important part of the old ICE shooting that we get to see in action. I want to talk about that. And I don't think it's good or whatever, I think that segment or that conversation is good. It's dead, Jim. Have I considered Nick as Trump's super tip voice? I have considered it. I have to do one of two things. I either have to get Ryan to cut together 10 minutes of me talking like Trump from existing ones, or I have to do 10 minutes of talking like Trump. The thing with impressions is that like the longer you do them in a segment, you kind of start to lose it because for me anyway, you got your like early inspired thing, and then it just starts to go away. After that, it's like you start losing the accent, you start losing the inflection. But anyway, now it's all edited together at the end of the day, so it probably doesn't really matter. But okay, so here we go. DHS announces termination of protected status for Somalis. Oh, and then after the ICE shooting and how it relates to the other ICE shooting, we'll move into these debates. I don't know how much of them we're gonna watch, and how much of this fucking insane lawyer lady we're gonna watch. But I was mentioning her husband has to do this embarrassment parade where he like goes around all these shows now, and so that's funny to watch. Like that's an interesting thing. He's like, no, I totally knew about it. Oh, did you? I don't think you want to say that on live stream, but okay. So here we go. Let's see I don't know if I want to watch.
Karen Tumlin, an immigration attorney and director of the Justice Action Center. Karen, thank you so much for your...
Okay, you can already tell when they're like, let's bring on so-and-so, the director of the Justice Action Center. You're going to get some bias, I think. Maybe just a bit. You're going to get some bias when you're bringing on the director of the Justice Action Center. Let's see. We've got Just J Hip says she is all yours, Nick. I think he's talking about legally LeslieLips or whatever, and not the black woman on the screen. The Devil's Raspberry says, did you see the vids of leftists robbing a Fed SUV? I did not. I did not see those. Are they interesting? Do we need commentary from me about like the criminal act? Like, oh, this is stealing. I'm like kind of joking. I just don't know if there's something interesting to watch in there. Speaking of interesting to watch, what's up, Rita Castillo? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Relatively Objective says, Nick, check out 11 Labs. It can clone a voice with like 15 seconds and has an API your streaming platform could call. It's not my streaming platform. Like, I don't know what you actually mean by that specifically. That's a lot of words that are technical and computery in nature. And there's some way like for me to do it through the super tip system, but I just haven't messed around with it yet. Speaking of the super tip system, if you want to use super tips, and you should, go to supertip.gg/RL. The link is pinned on YouTube. It will be pinned on Rumble in just a second. It'll be pinned on Rumble in just a second, and it's also in the description on YouTube, which is where I'm stealing the copy and paste from right now. And remember, every time you use a super tip, bad things happen to bad people. This is science. This is science. Here we go. Save. Oh, I think I got to do one more thing. Damn it, I wish I had done the dual streaming. Dual streaming is great. The Devil's Raspberry says they took a rifle and shared federal personal info docs. Like, unrecommended. Unrecommended to do that. It's doxing a federal agent in general, like, not advised. possibly protected First Amendment speech, right? Possibly protected First Amendment speech. My personal opinion is that doxing in and of itself, though I do not really like it, don't do it or whatever, I do think that it is probably falls under the First Amendment. However, there's a statute out there that says that doxing a federal agent for the purposes of intimidation or, like similar thing, that's super illegal because it's not the doxing. It's not the speech that is the issue there. It is the act of inciting or inviting, creating harassment, intimidation. Like it's act, just like with basically all speech crimes. It's not purely the words. Purely the words are protected, but how the words are delivered and their purpose can amount to a criminal act, such as, a threat, an assault, something like that. Frederick Little says, you saw Trump flip off the factory worker. No. What is going on? All this stuff is happening, and I'm
your time today. But I want to ask you, because in the past, you've accused TPS revocations done by this administration of unleashing widespread chaos. So I'm curious, what are you hearing from your clients with this new news?
Yeah, unfortunately, this new news we're hearing from people very similar to what we.
New News is New News is brought to you by New News. When you're watching a late night Justice Center weirdo talk, you can eat New News.
We've heard in other revocations, both of TPS and legal status, is really fear and confusion. These are individuals who went through a process and were granted.
This is how it looks. I'll unpause it in a second so you can see. This is how it looks every time they do this. That's like the stock footage from like Stockfish or whatever, where it's like, yeah, this like what's going on the screen doesn't really have much of anything to do with the the temporary protected status removal, because it's not like they remove the temporary protected status and they're like, you're supposed to be in Somalia now. Arrest, arrest, arrest. That's not how it goes. There's like a time period for all of this. And so I love that their B-roll here is very on point.
Temporary legal status by the U.S. government. And of course, they don't understand why.
It bears repeating, I think, or mentioning that the temporary protected status or some level of temporary protected statuses, stati, for Somalia started in 1991, I think. Something like that. This temporary protected status has been around for like 40 years. Maybe even longer, into the 80s or whatever. It's been around as long as me almost. That's a long time. And there's a trade-off. A long time people plant roots and they open businesses and they have children who are now granted birthright citizenship under the current interpretation of the 14th Amendment. And so like we have all this stuff going on. It's like for a really long time. And the longer that temporary status is granted, the less temporary it feels. But when it's over, it's over. And anyone under that status is required to leave. Corrections 101, welcome to Paralegal. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining the stream. There we've got. Is that one membership so far? I think. I couldn't remember if it was one or two. If there was one earlier. I think it's just the one to get started here. Where are we? Yes, one member so far. So thank you for that. Thank you for joining up. If you I'll get the membership banner going, but I think this is going to be a pretty slow night. I think it's going to be pretty relaxed because I started really, really late, and that's okay. that is, I just wanted to come hang out with you guys. I used to do that. I don't know if you know this or remember, but like I used to just be up a lot. This is before I had drugs to make me do it too. Like I've always been kind of a night owl, and so I'd be up and I would stream a lot, like randomly, more often. And so I'm trying to, throw some of that in there, even if I don't have like a full show to do, or if it's too late for me to get to a show. So trying to get back to doing those things that I used to do. Oh, here we go. Back to this.
Why is the rug being pulled out from under them when they've done everything the government has asked of them to comply with their responsibilities under the program?
Yeah, well, and now we're hearing that the administration will freeze processing immigrant visas for 75 countries starting in January
Based
21st. I mean, what does this mean for existing visa holders from those countries?
So what is so dangerous and terrifying about this ever expanding freeze on processing of visas or other immigration applications is, number one, it's the president trying to override what Congress has done and what they say our immigration laws are. And number two, if there are concerns with a particular program or particular individuals, then we have process.
Damn it. I hate their blanket thing. Don't go in there. Very smelly. Whoever was in there before, not good. Probably Pam Bondi. She's a little bit of a firecracker.
Processes to allow for vetting. But the targeting or the kind of collective punishment of an entire country based on the potential actions of one person or a few, that's something that's deeply un-American and is rightly causing outrage.
Yeah. Well, when TPS was removed last year for more than 500,000 people from countries like Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, there were other avenues for those individuals to stay in the country, like asylum. I'm curious, is that the same case here?
No, that is exactly.
Yeah, that's her. I've eliminated the echo on my end, except for my repetition or whatever. No, that's her just kind of tinny, hollow thing, because like none of these people can have a good microphone.
Exactly the point. So what has happened under this particular president is he's engaging in a massive delegalization campaign. He's not just ending, for example, TPS for Venezuelans, but any kind of processing for Venezuelans. So it's literally taking an entire category of people from certain countries and rendering them without status and without the ability to access the numerous ways in which Congress has decided they would be eligible to remain here. All, quite frankly, happening at a time when we as a country are engaged in Venezuela. So it is very confusing unless you look at it as an attempt
I've never seen Trump's hair that
render
flat.
larger swaths of people undocumented.
Got you. All right.
Oh, they're documented. I hated that term. How are you going to render these people undocumented? I mean, the documentation on those people in particular is ample. So let's see. Will end temporary protected status for Somalis in March, effectively forcing as many as 2,400 people out of the U.S. This is catastrophic numbers. Bedlam and chaos in the streets. Despite the president's remarks last month that Somalia was barely a country. But see, that's the thing. A lot of these people had a particularized purpose for coming here, being in the opposition political party, or maybe sometimes it's about different minority religious groups within countries are granted this status so that they can be here and be safe and all of that. So like though Somalia might still barely be a country as far as Trump is concerned, has the situation significantly improved to the purpose where people can go back to Somalia and be safe when they weren't prior. And yes, they can. And the regime that was in charge at the time, I don't think is even around anymore. I think they got macheted by someone who then got macheted by someone else. So now you just have these people who are here, and it's like, well, at some point, like, you do have to go home. We're turning the lights off everywhere except the porch. Go away. And especially, again, when you've got severe allegations of fraud in the community, I don't think this is a surprise to anybody at this point. Somali migrants with TPS will be required to leave the country by March 17th. Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem announced Tuesday. That is, unless a court pauses the revocation. Temporary means temporary, Noem wrote in a statement to ABC News. Country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point that it no longer meets the law's requirements for temporary protected status. Further allowing Somali nations to remain temporarily in the United States is contrary to our national interests. We are putting Americans first. The move comes after Trump has recently criticized Somali immigrants, describing them as garbage. Look, I don't have a personal assessment of the Somali community or immigrants or whatever, but hearing the president just garbage, really a terrible immigrant community, awful ones. Have they tried being the Hmong? You know, like, what? It's amazing. It's just, I was talking with Lady Raggets about this. I was annoyed at Glenn Beck retroactively for being latently correct, which that's a very mixed up temporal condition. Our relationship is complicated. But a long time ago, years and years and years ago, Glenn Beck kind of predicted Donald Trump as president before Trump was even on anyone's radar at all. Now, he didn't do it by name, and it wasn't Donald Trump. But it was a bunch of characteristics that Donald Trump kind of seems to embody. And at the time he was talking about it, it was more likely that he was kind of specifically targeting, in which is easy to do, Chris Christie. And he basically said Americans are tired of these very polished politicians with these educational pedigrees of private schools going up through Columbia and Harvard, you know, talking about Obama and stuff like that. It's like, where's the guy with the mustard on his shirt because he flipped up his tie and had to eat a hot dog quick, and get back to fucking work like an American, like a real hardworking American, like a guy who runs like a radio program or whatever, But and then several years later, you have Trump on Air Force One eating a bucket of KFC, and you're like, oh, there he is. There's the guy with the mustard on his shirt. Now he happens to be a billionaire. He's not as fat as Chris Christie. He's got this broad name recognition, all of this stuff. But one of the things that's so damn appealing about him is his ability to speak plainly and get to the fucking point on some of these issues. How my entire life, Congress has been pussyfooting around on immigration issues just in general. He comes and he's like, nope, we're going to deal with this. Close the borders, close them up. And then when they're closed, so we can make sure they don't come back, then we throw them over the wall as fast as possible. He's just coming in and cleaning up these issues that linger around, sucking down government funds. And of course, that's the rub, isn't it? Sucking down these government funds for decades and decades at a time. And I think Glenn Beck was right. But I hate that he was right. Oh, the thing I hate about it is at the time he goes, I'm always good at predicting these things, but I never know when. I just know it's going to happen. I'm like, well, that's not actually a prediction. That's just saying something and hoping that time takes care of it at some point. But like he was right, like it did kind of occur in very similar way to what he was saying. So my props to Glenn Beck. I will remove the pins from the hair doll. I will do that. Not the straps, not the clamps, and not the fire, but the pins I will take out. Okay. Wait a minute. Who's this? Gosh, everything he says is just like, it's jarring. We always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster, right? Filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime. The only thing they're good at is going after ships. Oh, he makes a pirate joke? Oh, my gosh. I've been waiting for the comedian president, forever. And then here he is. Again, half the shit Trump says, I don't agree with one way or another. I typically don't care. I'm apathetic about these issues and these things. But I always love how he says it because it's always funny. We've got a lot of them out already, but we're getting them out. We've gotten a lot of them out, but we are getting them out. We're getting them out. We're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. He said during an event in Detroit. Hopefully that includes Governor Tim Walz. We're going to get them the hell out of here and fast. This will probably not include Ilhan Omar, but I am curious. I am really curious how Trump is going to approach the Ilhan Omar debacle. If the Republicans in Congress will ever grow a pair and just kick someone out. And then he can be like, go back to your brother. Fletcher Boy says, nice jacket, Nick. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Fletcher Boy. I like this one. It's blue. It's blue. So we don't really need this summary, do we? Like this is... Okay, so yeah, Somalia has been under TPS designation since 1991. I think that's what I said earlier. Go me. No, my facts. When civil war broke out and displaced hundreds of thousands of civilians, it has been renewed several times over the last 34 years as the conflict has grown. 34 years as the conflict has grown. I don't know. I know there's no one in Somalia right now watching this because they don't have an internet infrastructure, but I'd be curious, like, how much worse is it now than it was 34 years ago? Or is it better? Is it better because they have like a Roku or like one? I can't, like, honestly, joking aside, I can't imagine living in, like Somalia itself. It's ravaged. Like, they ravaged a society with the civil war, and it may be better now. And I don't care to like disagree with the State Department's assessment of the temporary protected status because the president has the power to deal with this stuff. Like, so like, I don't care, but it does have to suck to live there. Like you would think it had to be really bad. And then I wonder how much better it is. But I don't care if it's much better or not. Like it's not my issue. And, it's within the president's executive authority to do this. This one doesn't flicker on camera. Oh, my jacket. I can change that if you want. We can do that. But immigration attorneys who spoke with ABC News Tuesday criticized Department of Homeland Security's claim that conditions in Somalia have improved. Okay, they're going to dispute that. That statement is really belied and contradicted by the facts on the ground. Greg Chen, Senior Director of Government Relations for the American Immigration Lawyers Association, which is ILA, told ABC News the State Department's own website warns that the country continues to see terrorism, violent crime, and civil unrest. Okay. Hear me out. America continues to see terrorism, violent crime, and civil unrest, right? Like that happens. It happens all over. That it doesn't actually, that statement itself isn't particularly useful. You have to show me that there's an egregious amount of those things related to a political conflict that has some feasible, possible ending, like to tell me that the temporary protected status is doing its job. Chen said the conditions in Somalia have worsened, pointing to the escalating conflict between the federal government and the terrorist group Al-Shabaab. How is Al-Shabaab still around? How is Al-Shabaab still around? To suggest that it is safe for Somali nationals to be forced to return to a country with an active military conflict doesn't make sense from a safety consideration or from the statutory requirements for TPS established by Congress, Chen said. Chen said that while some individuals may qualify for legal status through family members or other forms of relief, many others will be left without a lawful path to remain in the country. And this is one of those immigration issues where you just have to say, like, I'm sorry, but that was the deal. Like, I don't want to be a dick or whatever, but this is temporary. You're in the guest room, man. So you got to go. You got to go home. And like, I don't have any personal animus at all. Like, and I don't, again, my opinion on this is, are they doing it lawfully? Like, I mildly care about that. I don't want my government to act unlawfully, even though they do all the time, but like, I don't want them to do that. But like, that's it. Like, I don't care otherwise. And so I don't mean to be like, I'm not like joyful or gloating on this. Like, but you do have to go back at some point. And I know it's very uncomfortable, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, but them's were the ropes that you came in on. Your country got ravaged, but the people who came from it need to go back and rebuild it. Is kind of the theory anyway. It doesn't practically work out that way sometimes. Okay, that's enough of that, right? Like that's enough of that thing. Let's talk about this ICE shooting because they're getting really good at this. ICE is like, we got one. We got another. They don't have to go to Somalia. They can go to France. Yeah, actually that's the thing here is that the temporary protected status is an American status that is given. Like, we do this. We chose to do that. We don't care where they go. They don't have to go back to Somalia necessarily. Like, you don't have status here anymore. And will probably assist them in going back. But yeah, it's not like it's some thing that they're bestowed upon them from on high or something weird. Here we go. So this is a timeline. I don't want to go through the whole timeline. 7:44 p.m. Reports of shooting involving federal officials. They don't know anything that's going on around here. And that continues for most of it. Like, there's presence, a council member responds to the scene. It's 4 minutes long. Who went?
As well. We're working to get some more information from the Department of Homeland Security on just.
TMF Squid says if Somalia is good enough to hold the UN presidency for January, then it's good for all Somalis to go back. Oh yeah. So if Somalia is good enough to hold the UN presidency for January, then it's good enough for all Somalis to go back. And this is always like a hard question conceptually, though. Like, at what point is it like, well, you tip the scale to just not being shitty enough? Because it could always be nicer. Like, that's the idea. We know it could get better. So how do you make that decision to send people back? And it's a tough one. That's why we leave it to our elected officials. And it's the elected officials who should be making this decision ultimately, because it's American money, right? Like, advocates for, Somalians with temporary protected status. Like, I'm not trying to single out Somalians. The news story did, but representatives for them. I don't care about that. I care about the politicians who I vote for, pay taxes, that fund. Like, I want that artifact of government to do this, not some like non-government organization or some other country like bestowing some status. So I think it's really important that we do have our elected officials, in their administrative departments making this determination.
What transpired? Was this ICE enforcement? Who all is involved? And we do have Maury Glover, who is live at the scene. And Maury, I know you haven't been there long, but what can you tell us about what you're experiencing there?
Well, right now I'm at the corner of 25th and Lyndale, and you can see there is a huge crowd that is gathered here at the corner. We just got here.
Another new account says, seeing a video of Minneapolis rioters tactically acquiring a pew-pew from federal vehicles and pointing it at Nick Sorter. Damn YouTube. Or are you saying Nick Sorter has the video? I've seen he's been pretty heavy on the coverage on things. So I don't know much about the guy.
A few minutes ago, and right when we were getting here, looked like federal agents were deploying tear gas, which they are doing right now. We're going to back up a little bit and at the crowd to try and get.
The whistles go woo! All the whistling would fucking drive me nuts. Like this, it's like a shitty rave. I hate all stuff like this. Like I don't care. Like I do recognize that at some point you have to, for whatever your belief is or your position, you stand up and protest for your government. But I fucking hate how everybody does protests. Like the drumming and the chanting and the whistles and the air horns. Like I don't want to be around that. Like if I could protest in a recliner, but out there, like maybe.
Get the crowd to disperse. Obviously, this is a volatile situation that's going on. Joining me right now is City Council member Latricia Vitaw. And Latricia, what did you see and when did you arrive here?
So I arrived here just a little bit ago. I was getting constituent calls that there was a shooting in North Minneapolis.
I might be racist, and I don't mean to be, but my brain, I heard her say I was getting chicken. And like, I feel bad about that. Like I wasn't going to say it, but like I had to say it because that ran through my brain. I thought that's what she was saying. And, but it was constituent calls.
Minneapolis, and it's not, I come to these things. I got over here and I realized that it was ICE involved. And so I've been here now. The tear gas is out here. Everyone's running and scared because that's some powerful stuff.
When you got here, what initially did you see and what was happening when you arrived?
When I got here, they were saying they were trying to get.
Can you please describe the powerfulness of the stuff? The tear gas? Like it's powerful stuff.
Someone out of the house, that there's a house on this block that someone had been shot in and they were trying to get them out.
I know the city had released or tweeted.
I don't know if that's actually accurate, but like this is early on still. So, I don't know that the shooting occurred in a house. There's some really, like, again, I can't wait to get there. I can't wait to get to the real story of what's happened because it plays right into the Renee Good or whatever, the Good shooting. Fuck.
Statement saying that they were aware of reports of a shooting involving federal agents, but that no Minneapolis police or local agencies were involved in that. Have you heard that or read that as well?
Not Minneapolis police involved. Minneapolis police is here to make sure that the residents and folks are safe. They're definitely not involved. And I think now the BCA is on the scene and ICE is trying to clear out.
What are your thoughts about what you're seeing and if these reports are true, if this is another person that...
It's just so scary and it's so much misinformation.
I cannot deal with that many whistles without some fucking ecstasy and glow sticks.
Information that goes out, and then there's real things happening, and so I think it's just getting scarier and scarier for people. I know for me, the calls I got from my constituents, everyone was scared. This isn't the ward that I represent, but people want someone to show up and let them know what's going on.
And what's your purpose in being here? What are you trying to do?
My purpose is to come together with folks and get the situation calmed down, to make sure people are getting the right information and that we don't see more, bad things happening happening because people think something else is going on that's not going on. I think having key information is important in these times.
And what's the message have you been hearing from people who...
What's going on that's not going on? I didn't catch quite what that was. I know you don't want things going on that's not going on and people thinking that, but what is that?
Who were here, and has anybody said they saw what happened?
Nobody, I haven't heard from anyone saying they saw what happened, but I'm just hearing from people that they're really scared.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate you chatting with us. Obviously, as we can, Vinny, if you want to turn the camera around, and you can see there are still a lot of people, protesters who are here, demonstrators who are trying to figure out what's going on. I don't know if you can see, there's kind of a line of, looks like federal agents down there in front of those flashing lights. Everyone here, obviously, a lot of anger, a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration over what's been going on.
The fuck? Did y'all hear that? Am I possessed? Is my computer possessed? That happened for y'all, right? Like, not just me? What the shit was that? Hello, Satan. How are you? Hold on. I'm just sitting here listening to this guy ramble on.
You can see there's kind of a line of, looks like federal agents down there in front of those flashing lights.
Time for
everyone here, obviously, a lot of anger, a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration over what's been going on. Early last week, since the killing of Renee Good by...
I feel like malice was just born into the world. Gee, good Lord.
Federal agent. So we'll continue to follow this, and we'll let you know anything else as we find it. Vinny, let's back up.
Maury, just quickly,
back up.
There's fireworks going off. Maury, go ahead and get safe.
That wasn't fireworks. And there's fireworks going off. Go cover those, Maury. See the kids looking at the colors. Wait, no, don't. Not looking at the colors. That's not what I meant. Shit.
Did you see 30 guys supporting ICE knock 3 protesters out after they put a megaphone with a siren right next to his ear? Dude fucking bodied 3 people and folded one of them like cardboard.
He's like, it is time for you to be a lawn chair. Yeah, we should watch that. That guy's cool. That guy's cool. I'm always a fan of someone who is like getting mobbed down and it's just like bing, bing, bing. And it's just like, that's, oh. Yes. Let's see. DCKRA says, I don't know if you've seen this story, but apparently the ICE agent was kidnapped by 2 Nigerians they were attempting to detain. A true Uno reverse. Derek. Wait. Really? An ICE agent? It's got to be a joke. Your furniture started to levitate? Well, that you must be buying stuff from Temu.
We'll just follow this video. Let's just let it play and listen to it for a second.
Tear gas. We're going to back up here a bit so we can stay safe. Hold on.
Okay.
I said it was in a singing song.
You okay, Maury?
Yeah, you can.
The one guy like laughs at him or something or coughs. They did it again.
You okay, Maury?
Yeah, you can. I can feel the tear gas in my eyes, and it got a little bit in my throat, but obviously not as bad as some of the folks who had ventured up a little bit closer.
Oh, is that what happened? Is that why you started talking in backwards Latin? So tear gas is used on protesters. Oh, thank God. This is 7 minutes. I don't know if we. What else am I doing? What are you guys doing tonight?
Okay, Tim, thank you. We are now closer as we watch our screens here to that scene. You can see it's being held back. Protesters are being held back. Again, there are basically 2 areas set up right now. One is the crime scene or alleged crime.
In the last few minutes, I've seen several federal agents kind of come from the side streets to join the. Once those are backed up, seen several.
I feel like I have a responsibility to listen to this guy and make sure he's still getting possessed at the moment. Hold on, like I wouldn't want the demons to be bored.
have gathered. Maury Glover is in that scene. It's about a block and a half away from where the shooting took place. Maury, has it calmed down? Is it getting worse?
Which one of them is the father,
Well, just
Maury?
within the last few minutes, I've seen several federal agents kind of come from the side streets to join the agents who were right behind that crowd.
Hey,
Now
what's
they've
up,
backed
Penny?
up just
Welcome.
a little bit.
Welcome, Brisbane,
The crowd
Australia.
is pretty angry, and obviously, like I mentioned earlier, we're firing fireworks in at the agents, and then have been chanting at them and throwing snowballs and things like that. Once those additional agents came, they kind of backed up. They were right at the corner here and have kind of backed up a little bit. But obviously still the crowd still not happy about what happened and with their presence here in the neighborhood. So things haven't necessarily calmed down. But we haven't seen.
This website's like, give me trouble here. I don't know. I don't really care about this. They're getting tear gas. We need to get. I'm just I'm watching TV right now. That's the problem. That's not what we're here for. You guys are watching TV. I'm not watching TV. Kind of. Let's. Oh shit! Here we go. Here we go. We've got a story now. The full DHS statement on the shooting. This, I think, is important.
Experience the Endon Fitzgerald story with 3
What? I don't
all-new
care about this.
documentaries: The Voyage, The Wreck, and the legacy of this Midwest legend. Gales of November.
This Midwest
now
legend, they're
streaming
talking about me.
on Fox Local.
We do have a DHS statement. Okay. All right. We have a DHS statement that has been given to Fox News about what happened around 6:50 tonight. Tim Blotz is in our newsroom. And Tim, what are we hearing from DHS?
Well, this is quite an extensive statement, so I'm going to read it to you. At 6:50.
Okay, just for a minute. Does every local news affiliate just have one leftover vampire around? This is a extensive statement from DHS, and we will be giving it all to you directly. There's always one of these guys in the local thing, right? Like the national one, they're like, oh no, we want late 30s pretty people or something, and then they're like, well, who's that guy? That's Donald. Oh, yeah, he's been here for a really long time. He's been around. Donald, he knows everything about the station. He laid the foundation for it, worked his way up from construction to talent, then back down after some questionable decisions. They always have that guy. Sorry, this is unrelated to any legal analysis.
Tonight, federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. The statement goes on to say, in an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car.
What did he do? Wait, what did he do? So he fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. Well, that's fine, right? Because they can just go get him now. Because that's what you can do. If they're fleeing, you just let them flee and you go later. Later you go. You just pick him up later. How'd that go? Let's see what happened.
The subject then fled on foot.
Oh.
It goes on to say that law enforcement officer caught up to the subject on foot and attempted to apprehend him when the subject began to resist and violently assault the officer.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a problem, I think. Then what happened?
While the subject and the law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, two subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and a broom handle. The statement goes on to say, as the officer was being ambushed and attacked by the two individuals, the original subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick. Fearing for his life and the safety as he was being ambushed by three individuals, the officer fled, fired defensively shots.
He fired defensively shots. Okay. The officer fled. The person then links up with, I guess, like, who knows? Who knows if he, like, pre-existingly knew these people or whatever. But now they're assaulting an officer who's now in danger after a fleeing suspect. What if he had come across another officer or, again, any member of the public that, you know, like, maybe doesn't agree? We don't know. Now, that started with him fleeing in a car and not being shot. But it just goes to show that a fleeing felon remains dangerous. This guy was less dangerous because his car, well, he crashed his car. Once he crashes the car and proceeds on foot, he's still dangerous. He's still dangerous. But the deadly force instrument of the car is no longer present. So now you have a different analysis going into things. You know, unless you have reason to believe that he's got a gun or a knife or something like that. However, once the shovels come out and start hitting you, like hitting an officer with a shovel, death or serious bodily harm is a reasonable expectation. Although it's kind of weird because it's much more everybody's kind of quiet on this, right? Because these people are hitting this officer with shovels and stuff. He's much more likely to get harmed by the car in the Renee Good thing than by a snow shovel. If you're not from Minnesota, you may not know that snow shovels generally are actually they're light. They're plastic and maybe fiberglass for the handle. The reason is because snow is really fucking heavy. And so if you have a really heavy shovel, you've added a bunch of weight to something that's already heavy that you're going to be repetitively lifting. So a lot of snow shovels, if it's actually a snow shovel as stated, they're light. They're big. Like, I don't want to get hit by one, but I'd rather get hit by a snow shovel than by like a metal post digging shovel or something. Or like a landscaping shovel. Fuck that. But yeah, he's likely more in danger from the car, or like in the Renee Good case. The danger of the car seems less obvious, I guess, from what I've seen so far, people talking about this. The danger from the car seems less obvious than the shovel, but the danger from the car should be much more obvious than the shovel. But it's the way we perceive things. They're like, well, there's guys swinging that. It's like, yeah, but there was a woman driver. Like, even if he didn't shoot her, you got 50-50 odds of anyone around being killed.
To defend his life, the initial subject was hit in the leg. All three subjects ran back to the apartment and barricaded themselves inside. The attacked officer and the subject are both in the hospital.
Kind of like, since he went into their apartment to have a threesome while this is all happening, it kind of seems like maybe he knew them. And so maybe he, in his flight, was bringing, like an officer for an ambush. Or maybe texted him on the way, like while he's running. I don't know. But the flight in and of itself is dangerous. And the flight leads to further dangers that are unforeseeable at the time, but are reasonable to anticipate might occur depending on the circumstances. And I just thought it was interesting to see it, because we've been talking about the danger of a fleeing suspect over the past couple of days. And now, immediately, a fleeing suspect ends up leading an officer into a potentially life-threatening situation and a firearms discharge. No one's dead yet.
Both attackers are in custody. This attack, it goes on to say, is another brave member of law enforcement took place.
Rosalind, I agree. Shovels can be pretty deadly. I know. You think that these hands have never done work? They haven't, but I have watched other people do it. Okay. No, shovels definitely deadly. I'm just saying, they said snow shovels specifically, those tend to be lighter. They're made of a plastic, and they're meant to move snow more than like lift it up, because it gets heavy to lift over and over again. The motion is like all low back. It sucks.
While Minneapolis's top leaders, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry, are actively encouraging an organized resistance to ICE and federal law enforcement officers. Their hateful rhetoric and resistance against men and women who are simply trying to do their jobs must end. Federal law enforcement officers are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them.
If this were a cool sci-fi movie, it'd be like this one went out, then it'd be like this one goes out, then this one would go out, this one would go out, and they'd go to like a wide shot and there'd be an explosion. That'd be on like big alien thing. That'd be cool.
As they put their lives on the line.
Instead, we got a bunch of little aliens
to arrest criminals and lawbreakers. And again, this is the full statement coming from the Department of Homeland Security here within just the past 2 minutes.
Tim, have you heard any response from the city on this, or any confirmation from law enforcement that this is how it went down?
Not at this time, Randy. We haven't, but Homeland Security confirming now that at least one of their agents shot in defense after he was being attacked while trying to make an arrest here tonight.
Okay, Tim, thank you. We are now.
Okay, so that was the that was the DHS update on what's going on. That we could read the statement, but he just read it to us, and his voice is much more pleasing than mine. Although now I'm fucking cold or tired. Rosalind Duke's in the chat. Rosalind, I got a question for you. Allegedly, there's some discussion about me in a particular video. Can you send me the link to that particular video? Like, I think you and I talked about it, and I don't know which one to pull up, and I want to make sure that like the lips one. I want to make sure I got the right one, because she makes so many insane videos that I don't want to go sifting through them. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right stuff. So crowds growing in response to shooting. Who cares? Federal officials moving people back. They're moving people back to Somalia. Chemical irritants deployed on crowd multiple times. State troopers are setting up a barricade. Frey and O'Hara will speak at 10:15. Watch it live in the player at the top of the page. Let's see the final countdown. Where is the this is Frey's statements here.
All right, let's take that presser with Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara.
Stop calling him Fry.
At the podium first.
Second in a week.
Frey rhymes with gay.
The chief will be able to provide some details on the limited amount that we know thus far, and then I will provide some comments thereafter. Chief.
This loser comes out with his Harry Potter cosplay glasses. Look at all fucking big and wide, and he's just like, whoop. Hufflepuff. Fuck me. 10 p.m. Update says they've started using flashbangs. Well, they were when the guy said there's fireworks there. It's like, that was a flashbang, bro. That wasn't a firework. God, look at that. You just can't look cool like that. I'm not saying those glasses, like, who is that shitty comedian who became the the Minnesota senator. We have everything bad. He was from Saturday Night Live, and he did that like, I'm smart enough, I'm good enough, and doggone it, people like me. Who went? I can't remember his name. I hate that guy. It's like his glasses. Al Franken. Yes. Like he looks like Al Franken's angry son. Well, trans, like former daughter. You know what I mean?
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N,
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, but my parents never told me how to spell my last name.
H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis police chief. At 6:51 p.m., Minneapolis police received a 911 call reporting a shooting on the 600 block of 24 Avenue North. Preliminary information indicates that there was a struggle with a federal agent in front of the resident. During the struggle, the federal agent discharged his weapon, striking one adult male.
Death Scipio.
The adult male then retreated inside of the residence, where he remained inside and refused to come out. Eventually, federal agents made entry into the residence.
He refused to come out. What were you going to do? You just have to leave him there because like he's inside. You know, we wouldn't want to use any sort of contact or force or like breathe on anybody.
And the individual was brought to an ambulance where he has been transported to the hospital. Minneapolis police have secured the crime scene around the location, and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, as well as the FBI, are on the scene processing the evidence.
Phoebe.
There's a crowd gathered in the area, and we have called for mutual aid.
Oh, that's got to be a little bit tense, right? Because like the FBI just told the BCA and the Hennepin County Police Department just the other day, like, fuck off. You're not involved in this investigation. Now here they are working together again. It's like, we meet again. Pretty soon they're going to be buying Mai Tais and laughing together in 2 beach chairs.
From the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff. The crowd is engaging in unlawful acts. They have thrown fireworks at police officers, and at multiple times, gas has been deployed. Police are attempting to disperse this unlawful assembly at this time.
Oh, it matters now. Like, now you're like, they're doing illegal stuff. They have been for days, you dummy. What do you think the shooting that precipitated all this started with? A bunch of legal acts? No, you fucking losers are out there saying, oh, they're just peacefully protesting, blah, 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 blah. But they weren't. We know. And we also, here's the problem with this. We know they weren't peacefully protesting, but we also understand, and everybody understands, that in some clashes with government, there will be some unlawfulness that happens. Like it's baked into the fucking cake, right? Like we know there's gonna be a little bit. It's built in. It's when it gets crazy and out of hand, and when it gets consistent, when it's inflamed by politicians who seem to indicate that people should be encouraged to do these unlawful things, and that they may be protected and supported by local law enforcement, which is, no, you won't. Also illegal, also crazy, still crazy. And so like, we know, and the system is built to absorb a little bit of it, you know, like a clash. Peaceful protests, as they're called, often have elements of non-peacefulness to them. It's just that the overwhelming majority of the protest tends to be peaceful a lot of the time, right? Like, the thing is, when people get their blood up and they get heated up or whatever, and things get unpeaceful, a lot of the detentions and arrests that occur are temporary. Like they're not the, arrest and charge and go to prison type thing. That was what was so shocking about January 6th, is like, we can all understand like a guy clubbing a police officer with like I know this, like there was some dispute over it, so it's in my head, but like hitting someone with a fire extinguisher. We can all go, okay, well, like that seems crazy, right? But we can also understand that like when there's like a line of like guys with shields, and then like there's like a line of people, and like someone spits on the cop, and the cop like shoves someone, and then someone else like charges and hits. Like there's going to be a little bit of some violence back and forth that isn't. It just needs to be dissipated and diffused at the time, and so they'll arrest some people or temporarily detain them and just separate people out and get the scene settled down, and then people can go back to being peaceful protesters, or maybe come back tomorrow. Like sometimes they do that. They're like, well, you're going away for the night type thing. But, the charges don't always follow unless there's really egregious acts of violence, because a lot of times American governments and American state governments, but also the American federal government recognize that this is going to happen and are cautious against impeding, constitutionally protected speech, even when they kind of can. They want the safety and sanctity of the scene preserved. And sometimes there's a temporary pause in some of the protests. That's normal. That's normal protest activity. You never want those clashes, but they always happen. They're very common, and people know how to deal with them, including the protesters, at least the organized ones, who tend to be, kind of instigating a lot of these things. They're adept at this. They've done it before. They've endured the same things, and the government agents have, like a little nod or whatever. Things sometimes get out of hand, but they acted like ICE's enforcement was a fucking cleanup crew of the SS going through Berlin when they were getting ready for mom to come home. Like, dear goodness, it's wild how they were describing this. And then you watch and you're like, well, yeah, like I see like people rushing at these ICE agents, and they might pepper spray them or whatever. But they're trying to get away most of the time. They're not trying to have like violent clashes. They're not arresting everybody, and they could have arrested many more people. They don't, for any number of reasons. But Frey and Walls come out and just start talking about the jackbooted thuggery as if they're not masturbating every night to the idea of jackbooted thuggery coming into their bedroom. They just keep talking about this shit as if it is a Nazi regime or, any other totalitarian state. Pick it. And now they're like, these people are acting unlawfully. Yeah, we know. They were already.
I urge anyone that is at the scene to leave immediately. This is already a very tense situation, and we do not need this to escalate any further. I have faith that the investigators are involved will follow every lead in this case and ensure it is completed to it.
The fucking leads. They'll follow all the leads.
Its logical conclusion.
These are the Glengarry leads.
There's still a lot that we don't know at this time, but what I can tell you for
that statement is true of you every second of every day.
Certain is that this is not sustainable. This is an impossible situation that our city is presently being put in. And at the same time, we are trying to find a way forward to keep people safe, to protect our neighbors, to maintain order. And we're in a position right now where we have residents that are asking the very limited number of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street.
Whose idea was that, I wonder? Where would they get this? They just came up with this on their own, I'm guessing, right? Fucking idiot. They talk about these, all these politicians, both sides do this. They always talk about the inflamed rhetoric and the escalated tensions and all this stuff. And it's like, when you see them actually just do it and the results of that escalation manifest, and then they come out and they're like, people are saying, in brackets, stuff we said yesterday. And what are they talking? We can't do that. We can't do that. Here we go. We got a couple chats here. Let's see. This one's I already read that one. Go away. Going away. We got a Lorraine. So let us see. Lorraine Capozzi, very Italian. Hi, Lorraine. Gifting a membership out there. Thank you, Lorraine, for that. Very awesome for you to gift a membership If you got that membership, make sure you thank Lorraine. If you don't thank Lorraine, we will track you down and deport you. Lorraine says, just wanted to say thank you for my gifted membership and wanted to pay it forward. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Lorraine. I really appreciate that. And then there's that gifted membership. So thank you for that. Here we go.
The Gayor of Minneapolis openly called for local police to engage ICE when they see them. I'm tarded, but I think that's treason.
Your bullshit's going to stop right here. Get the fuck out. What's he going to say about it now? What are you going to say about it now, you pussy?
To stand by their neighbors. We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another. Why are we put in this position? We're put in this position because we have approximately 600 police officers in Minneapolis, far fewer that are able to work at any given time. And there are approximately 3,000 ICE agents in the area.
So?
3,000. The 600 police officers that we have are charged.
Don't worry. Don't worry, we just told 2,400 people to go. So we're making room by the day.
On any given day with investigating crime, stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work of a police officer in a city. Meanwhile, we have ICE agents throughout our city and throughout our state who, along with Border Control, are creating chaos. This is not the path that we should be on right now in America.
In the statement, he's talking about them creating chaos. They're not creating chaos. You know who created the chaos? The unlawful immigrants created the chaos, because the unlawful immigrants have every opportunity. We're not talking about this enough. We're not talking about this enough at all. The evil, monstrous United States has offered an effective amnesty for any non-felon aside from the illegal presence in the United States to self-deport. Not like it's not actually amnesty from a legal status, just conceptually, here you go. Here's some money and a plane ticket. Go. It's like one of those, we won't ask questions. You can just put guns in this box. Like if you're not allowed to have them or whatever, right? It's one of those. It's a weapon drop. It's just the weapon dropping is like the people, but they don't have to be tracked down by ICE. They don't have to do that. They have the opportunity to take immigration services up on the offer to get the fuck out on their own and get paid for it. To be compensated. Plane ticket to where you want to go. Go to Bali or something. $3,000. Oh, that should be the thing. $3,000 to Thailand. Go have a vacation. I bet you can do a lot of stuff with $3,000 in a Southeast Asian country with the right, the right sort of guide and inspiration. I have faith in people to do it. So this whole concept, it's like, oh, they're out there creating chaos. And we get back to always the case when it comes to immigration, illegal immigration issues. The illegal immigrant themselves is the one causing the chaos, because though ICE has given them, generally Immigration Naturalization Services has given them years to self-deport. Recently, a specific grant of money set aside for the purposes of people to self-deport peacefully, no questions asked, and actually to not negatively impact their status in the way that a regular deportation would. A deportation would prevent them from coming back, but I believe if they self-deport under this program, they have the opportunity to pursue legal avenues of immigration. And again, it's an effective amnesty. We gave that option and people said no. Now, do I want to be like forced to move by government? No, but I didn't unlawfully move here either. And neither did anybody unlawfully deposit me where I am. That's not what I did. It's like, I don't need to be asked or forced to move. And I'm sympathetic to the fucking struggle. I hate moving houses or whatever. I really, really hate it. So I get it. I can't imagine moving internationally, but you did it before. You already figured that one out. I think you could do it again back with your new resources. My dad always used to say, like, when someone would like their house would be broken into or their car, and someone would be like, "Oh, you left your door unlocked," and he's like, "It's not the person's fault who left their door unlocked. It's not their fault that someone came and stole something. Now it would have been wiser to lock the door, right? But they should be able to leave their door wide open because the thief is the thief. That's the criminal. That's the one causing the issue. Not the person who left their door unlocked. That was unwise, but it's not their fault. Same thing here. ICE is here, and you can debate the wisdom and the implementation of policy or whatever, but you cannot blame ICE for the chaos that exists because people continually refuse to abide by the law that they seem to want to live under. Like, they want to be in America. Like, you don't want the most basic fucking law to be applied to you. We've got Tilly T 1731 says gifted membership, gonna pay it forward. Tilly T also says recovering alcoholic here, stay strong. Hey, thank you, Tilly T. You too, stay strong. And know that even though, like, I don't know you personally or anything, but I'm thinking about you and rooting for you now that I know about your situation, and you stay strong as well. But Tilly T said gifted memberships, thanks, going to pay it forward, and then gifts 10 memberships to the channel. Thank you, Tilly T, for that. Very awesome to do that. Thank you for helping some other people participate as members, at least temporarily. We love when people are forcefully given members around here. And we also have Will Just Beware gifting a membership as well. So that brings us up to 13 new members for the stream. Thank you guys for, no one needs to pay anything forward or whatever, but like, thank you for choosing to do that. That's really cool to share that with people. Guys, if you got a gifted membership, make sure you just send a little thank you back to the person who gave it to you. That's really, really, really awesome. I say make sure. I only say that because, like, we have your children. Even the liquid ones. Here we go.
Thankfully, there's another path.
Oh, is there?
I want to talk to everybody who's out there, even people who aren't living in Minneapolis right now. Maybe you just put your kids to bed. Maybe you're cleaning up the dishes. I'm sure you love your family. There's no doubt in my mind that you love your town. Imagine if that's...
There's no doubt in your mind that they love their town? Well, was it the one that they burned down? Or is it the one that they're illegally present in? Is it the one that they have brought jackbooted thuggery into their neighborhoods? Is it the ones who are through their evasion of immigration law and immigration enforcement are putting the citizen neighbors at risk of, misapplication of misidentification or misapplication of law, or maybe even an errant bullets being fired in their neighborhood and tear gas around where their kids play and all that shit. You think they love their city? What love are they showing to their city, their town? Minneapolis. Minneapolis is gay. Like, I don't have a problem with that at all, but like, who fucking cares about the town? It's not like, there's some legendary cities that people have a lot of pride in the United States. And like, I don't really understand that so much, but Minneapolis is way down that list. It's always got to bring its stupid little brother, like St. Paul, around with it too. And like, so there's not like some, this is like the coolest fucking city on the planet. And like, I'm really proud to be from Minneapolis. It's like, oh yeah, MPL town or whatever. Nothing about it is, smooth or cool. Well, probably because of how Midwest it is, but anyway, sorry. I always do this. I get into these nitpicky conversations about how people say things because they just say shit. They just say shit, and I hate that.
City or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents that do not share.
Oh, I thought he was going to say thousands of illegal immigrants, which would have been like, that would have been true. Federal agents can't invade a town. Federal agents have jurisdiction and permission to be in the town. So they can't invade it. Like, invading something means to go to a place that you do not have the ability to go, either by, like subterfuge or force, like illegally immigrating into a country. Being in your house, for example, is not invading your house. I can't invade my bathroom. I mean, I guess if it was locked or something and like I wasn't supposed to be in there, but that'd be weird.
The values that you hold dear. Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart.
Yeah, you let people burn down this city a couple years ago. I don't know if you remember. It happened. It was in the news a little bit, but that's one thing. But again, the things that you're doing to, like, think about your neighbor. Yeah, the person doing that stuff that you describe isn't the ICE agent. It's the illegal immigrant.
Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare. This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have
always need locked bathroom stalls. Oh, in my high school, they had a couple bathrooms in my high school that were like from the old building that they built onto, or I think it was junior high, which used to be the high school. And in the junior high boys' bathroom in the junior high school, there were two bathrooms downstairs, and there were classes down there. They had the stall walls were only halfway up, and there were no doors. So if you had to take a shit and you had you didn't have time to go somewhere else, and it's junior high, so you don't get a bunch of free time to roam about. You happen to be down, you're stuck down there, and you just really had Taco Bell or whatever. It was the most humiliating place to be. And thank God I never had to deal with that. I'd go to the urinal in that bathroom all the time, but I never had the misfortune.
And the police chief is going to say, we love our Somalis. We love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet.
Oh, they're so sweet. Let's see. As Faka SF says, this dude isn't even my mayor, and he is pissing me off. Yeah, Jacob Frey sucks. Jacob Frey is garbage. Okay, here we go.
Been by ICE. So let's be very clear. I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting and is intolerable. If it were your city, it would be unacceptable there too.
What disgusting and intolerable behavior have you seen from ICE? Why is it don't get me wrong, I am not naive. I understand that the government is fully capable of being a bunch of fucking assholes and doing, intolerable things that even violate the law. But why is it every time I pull up any video about this to find out about how evil the government is, ICE is actually acting rather reasonably and well within their legal authority? I haven't seen obvious illegality. Now, I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I feel like if there was obviously illegal or unlawful activity by ICE, as apparent on its face, we wouldn't be able to get away from it. The way the Renee Good shooting videos and everything permeated the internet so fast, we would not be able to get away from obviously unlawful activity by ICE. I've seen a couple of things where it's like they just walked up to some citizen and demanded his papers. It's like, well, I mean, that the video kind of like starts in the middle of the thing, like, so I don't know what else happened. But maybe that is unlawful behavior, but like, show me why. Prove to me that it was. What did I end up doing that was unlawful? Because like, if the guy is a citizen, he presents a driver's license, he's like, no. Here you go, SA or whatever. He's like, oh, fuck. And they're like, no, looks good. They can't detain him anymore. Like they're done at that point. And maybe they didn't have the grounds for the investigative stop. I don't know. I don't have the information leading up to it. But again, he's like, this would be disgusting in your city. It's like, your cops do this every fucking day. Jacob Frey is forgetting that he has one of the largest law enforcement agencies in the state in his executive, like in his employ, so to speak, in his chain. He's got the fucking police chief standing right next to him. Those guys do what ICE does every single day, and they commit constitutional violations and all of that stuff, and they shoot people and they stab people and all of these things. It's like, look, if it was your city, it'd be unacceptable. Okay, when are you going to self-analyze? And I said self-analyze, Frey, don't get too excited.
Anyone that is taking the bait tonight, stop. That is not helpful.
Art, they
Go
shot
home.
another one.
We cannot counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own brand of chaos. And I have seen thousands of people throughout our city peacefully protesting. For those that have peacefully protested, I applaud you. For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping, and you are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city. You are not helping the people that call this place.
Why would I want to do that? Why? You are not helping the undocumented immigrant. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm not a narc. I'm not out here telling people, like, I don't really know or care who's, like, in my life, if I know anybody who's undocumented or whatever. I'm not like a, I'm not like a papers Karen looking for identification and to see. I can make some guesses, but I don't give a shit. And if I found out someone was an unlawful immigrant or whatever, like, outside of me thinking something really bad is going on, I'm not going to say much of anything just in general. I'm not going to talk to the cops or the feds. I don't want them in my life. I'm not going to get in their way. I'm not going to stop them. If they came up to me and like, if for whatever reason they needed to ask me a question or whatever, I'd probably say like, yeah, I'm not really going to answer anything. And think about this before some of you may be tempted to like jump on someone who says that, like, oh, you really need to fish these people out. Like, I get it. I get that. I get that sentiment, but I always have to balance that with the amount I want to maybe accidentally reveal that I knew where an illegal immigrant was and get charged with some sort of aiding or, accessory to that. I don't want to do that. So, with cops, it's best to just keep your mouth shut, generally, unless you're the victim of a crime or whatever. We understand. Most people should understand what that statement means. But yeah, like I'm not going to go actively do much of anything at all. Unless I go to the fucking taco place and they give me the wrong hot sauce again. Yeah, I'll have my sweet tea with ice.
Home. ICE can leave, and this massive deployment can come to an end. We have filed litigation to hopefully make it so, and at the same time, I'm deeply concerned that we don't have that kind of time. This is already the second shooting that we've had in a week.
Dangerous Loaf of Bread says, I'd report them immediately. Look, I'm not telling anybody else what to do or not do, and I wouldn't criticize anybody who does. I'm just saying I've had enough government agents in my life for a while. I don't need to deal with that. I don't want to deal with it at all. But I'm not really in a position to do that anyway. Like I don't go out and associate with this stuff. I go to a couple of restaurants. I take my kids where they need to go, and which is always at the illegal Somali daycares.
People are scared. The atmosphere is tense. But again, there is another option. We can stop going down this route together. We'll open it to any questions.
Jacob Frey is quintessential government. Make a fucking problem and then be like, hey guys, we can fix this. We can, if we just work together, we can undo what I've done.
So there were reports initially that there was more than one person shot.
Wait, how's he talking without his Harry Potter glasses? I didn't think he could do that.
That is not true. There is one person that's been shot. It is a non-life-threatening injury, and they have been transported to the hospital.
Put him in that van that they put Freddie Gray in. We'll make it we can change it from a non-life-threatening injury real quick.
The remainder of the residence has been cleared. We did have one call of, I believe, a woman having an anxiety attack in the basement of the same residence, the same building. But to my understanding, no one else has been transported to the hospital.
No children.
Okay, so to be very clear, I was talking about this yesterday in regards to the Renee Good shooting. The areas of Minneapolis that they're in, a lot of these are big houses. They're big houses that, but it's like medium to heavier residential because these housing units will be broken, or these houses will be broken up into 4 to 8 units. So you'll have several different, like, they'll partition off a couple bedroom, like a bedroom and a bathroom, and then whatever. And they've done this over years. They're not the nicest places, but they're not that bad either. Some of them can be really nice, but like they're not these are not like 7,000 square foot mansions. They're 7,000 square foot apartments, or like apartment buildings, basically. And so the person in the basement having the anxiety attack, imagine you have 3 illegal people, like illegal, or people involved with illegal immigration. ICE has shot one of them and is tracking them down. Her having an anxiety attack doesn't say anything at all about her association with these people. She can very reasonably just live in the same place and not have anything to do with them at all. So I just wanted to point that out before, like, not that it matters if you jump to that conclusion. What is it? Don't do that.
To my understanding, no.
DHS has said that 2 other people came out of an apartment and started attacking the officer with shovels.
I look like a villain from the movie Swordfish. I'm not that bad.
What has your investigation told you so far?
So the question was that people had come out of the residence and attacked federal law enforcement with shovels. The understanding that we have
I'm sorry. I didn't put this together earlier until I knew it was snow shovels. Even so, I bet I could guess which brand of illegal alien they are. The interior of the house is in shambles. They didn't have any documentation, but the yard was immaculate.
This time is that this incident began on 94.
So far.
So the question,
No children involved in this.
to my understanding, no.
DHS has said that 2 other people came out of an apartment and started attacking the officer with shovels, and that the original person that they were looking for also did that. What has your investigation told you so far?
So the question was that people had come out of the residence and attacked federal law enforcement with shovels. The understanding that we have at this time is that this incident began on 94. The individual drove towards the residence, had some sort of accident outside the residence, ran towards the house, and got into a struggle with federal law enforcement. I believe there's a broom and like a snow shovel that's on the scene. And yes, I have heard information that that some individual, at least one person, may have assaulted federal law enforcement. Yes.
Imagine having to pussyfoot around that because of how you've acted the past 2 days, you fucking idiot.
I am not aware if that's the same person who was shot or if that's someone else.
I mean, three individuals.
The question,
I don't know if he's keeping score, but like if 3 people are hitting the officer with a shovel or broom, which they said earlier already, like if that's going on, then 3 people have we appear to have assaulted law enforcement. Just say that. It appears that 3 individuals have assaulted federal law enforcement. Of course, we're conducting an investigation, and any actual criminal charges will be brought upon the gathering of appropriate evidence, et cetera, et cetera.
will MPD be doing an investigation of what happened? I requested the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Criminal Apprehension to respond, and they are on scene.
And you were saying that there was unlawful protesting. Can you be a little bit more specific?
The question was about unlawful protesting.
Yeah, what's unlawful protesting? Because we've been told a whole bunch of times it's like all lawful and peaceful and wonderful. People expressing their voices and opinions.
It has absolutely become an unlawful assembly. There are individuals throwing fireworks at police officers, individuals throwing ice, rocks, other projectiles at police officers.
How do they keep it cold?
It is well past the line, and people need to leave.
What kind of communication, if any of you, had with federal law enforcement tonight?
The question was communication with federal law enforcement tonight. That communication was all on the scene. It was primarily related to trying to ensure that we were getting medical aid because we had a report of a shooting, and then also to try and ensure that we could maintain the integrity of the crime scene so that there could be an investigation into what occurred.
Do you know what the condition of the person shot is? And we're also told that agent was injured and taken to the hospital. Do you have any updates on either?
We hear his condition is about to be on a fucking plane.
Condition.
I have no updates on either condition. It's my understanding that this is a non-life-threatening gunshot wound.
Can you talk about anything you know about that initial stop that started on 94, that initial chase, if you will, and anything you know about the person that they were following?
So I know nothing about the person that they were following, and then the rest of the question was about the initial.
I know nothing. I don't know anything. They don't want to admit. They don't want to admit knowledge of their of the status of this person. Like, oh, you know nothing about him, really? Like you have no idea who it is at this point. You've gotten a lot of other information. We know that DHS seems to know who he is.
Chase. It's my understanding that we have some other 911 call indicating that someone from the house was calling, saying that the person in the car was running from ICE. I was driving towards the residence. That's my understanding.
Could Mayor Fry respond to criticism that local officials are contributing to rising rhetoric, and that's part of the reason why?
Okay, so if you can't hear it, and I don't know if Frey is going to think to restate it, but she's asking, can you respond to criticism that local officials are raising rhetoric and tensions, which would be Jacob fray, right? Like in Tim Walz.
We're seeing protesters
What rhetoric? So the question was, can I respond to rhetoric? What rhetoric?
What rhetoric? What rhetoric? What are you talking about? Hey, ICE, get the fuck out.
says that there's rhetoric from local officials that they say has just kind of taken up the temperature of everything that's going on in Minneapolis.
So the question was, there has been the accusation that local officials have perhaps taken up the temperature in Minneapolis. First, I'll say, show me a single place where I have encouraged anything other than peace.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. They didn't say you, Jacob. Very, very self-important.
Smell that? Sniff, sniff. Smells like justice. These adult children think this is a game. They need to learn. And the only way is through pain.
Through pain. Pain is in your mind. Here we go. Let's see. Wait, we read that one earlier. Let's see. We've got Chan the Man, 8443. Ever see Legal Eagle and the Minnesota mayor in the same room? Yeah, I have. Lawrence V. Taylor is that was the last time they were seen in the same room.
Show me a single place where we have encouraged violence. I have said from the get-go to people in Minneapolis, do not take the bait. We are better than that. I have encouraged peaceful protest, and I'll say it again, I am inspired by the tens of thousands of people who have in fact peacefully protested and fairly documented with transparency what is taking place. That is a...
How did they fairly document with transparency what is taking place? You wouldn't know. Well, they shared videos. All of them that they took. Oh, wait, you have no idea. Transparency. They're not the government. There's no transparency standard or even a barometer at this point. Like, who cares? Just stop making shit up.
...allowed in any city in the country. And I have made it clear that to the extent people are going...
Wait, what did he say?
...of thousands of people who have in fact peacefully protested and fairly documented with transparency what is taking place. That is allowed in any city in the country. And I have made it clear that to the extent people are going beyond that, and those protests are not peaceful, and the violence that the...
This is a clever redirect, like for a moment of sincerity about messaging, marketing, and communication. What he did was he took the question that is obviously targeted at, and maybe even planted in this way, but it's obviously targeted at his rising rhetoric, even though they didn't say it, and it's evocative of that. But they're talking about how Mayor Frey talked to ICE and addressed them. He's here talking about how he's only encouraged peaceful protests and stuff in the city. We know that you're on the side of the protesters. We're not worried about you rising rhetoric by what you say about them. It's what you say about ICE. He's just dodged that very, very adeptly. We'll see if he keeps that up.
Chief mentioned, it's got to stop, and you got to go home.
2 more questions.
If this situation is not sustainable, as you said a few minutes ago, where do you go from here?
Amazing. He just dodged it. He completely dodged it. Ignored the fact that he was saying ICE get the fuck out of the city, and how that is the rising rhetoric that the critics are talking about, right or wrong, that they're trying to point out, like, hey, when you say ICE get the fuck out, and then they're still here, then the people in the street are like, hey, ICE get the fuck out, and they get closer to law enforcement and they start throwing fireworks.
What options do you as mayor have from this point forward?
Yeah. So just yesterday or the day before, I'm losing track of the days here, Minneapolis, along with St. Paul and the Attorney General's office at the state, filed a lawsuit. That lawsuit outlined the duress that our city is presently experiencing and how making people safe in our city is made all the more difficult based on the presence of ICE. We are...
Again, you can't sue to remove ICE. There are other government agencies, federal government agencies, where you can say, no, they don't have that authority here, and you could get into a fight about it. ICE has jurisdiction and the authority to be in any public place, in every major metro area, and really anywhere inside the continent, the United States borders, inside the borders. CBP at the border, but ICE inside. And so, like, this is such a weird thing. It's like, oh, we filed a thing about extra duress. Yeah, but you can't have extra duress by having the person who's supposed to be there be there. Like, that doesn't work that way.
Hopeful that we will succeed ultimately in that lawsuit. Of course, my concern
thrown out for
is
lack
that
of
yet
standing.
another
Yes,
shooting will
makes
take
sense.
place.
I'm
Yet
seeing
another
that-
person will
seeing
be
you guys. Thank
injured
you.
or killed. This is not a new concern. The chief and I have been laying this concern out for well over a month at this point. This is not sustainable. Our officers...
Yeah, you're right. It's not sustainable. Eventually, by the numbers, we'll run out of illegals. Eventually, we'll run out of people to enforce immigration law against, and then ICE can go the fuck home. You're right. It's not sustainable. Who wants to sustain it? They want to finish the fucking job.
They are working tirelessly. Again, we have about 600 officers. There's about 3,000 ICE agents in border control.
Yeah, your guys weren't doing the job.
We need our officers responding to the basic day-to-day 911 calls. We don't have the capacity to both deal with that and all of this conduct that we're seeing from ICE on the daily basis.
On the daily basis.
You know, earlier
Welcome to the
today
daily basis.
and yesterday, I was out on a couple of major commercial
shitty
corridors
independent
in our
podcast.
city. People are scared. You know, there's basic rights that you should have to be able to live safely in your neighborhood, to be able to go downstairs and head to the
Smokey, I just get bored at listening to fucking bullshit from people like Jacob Frey.
cafe or the flower shop. The people that would normally keep up these shops, American citizens, by the way, many of them, are terrified.
So?
Because American citizens are getting picked up off the street by people in masks. That's not the way things should be conducted in any city in America. That's not.
You know, it'd be great if there weren't illegals that they're trying to pick up and maybe grabbing an American who then violates the fucking law to impede their lawful authority. But I don't know, maybe.
Not who we are. That's not America. So I'm calling for peace. Everybody has a role in achieving that peace.
Now they hate masks, by the way. Remember?
And we're going to try to do
Remember a couple
everything
years
that we
back?
can to keep it.
Something about masks going on there.
Yeah, so our office, yes, is in touch with the governor's office, as we've been for the last week here. He has been an excellent partner.
That's not what his wife says. No, when they call Governor Walz, does he have an Elmo phone that they have to call? Or does he have like a drool catcher? See, that guy's a fucking idiot.
In both ensuring that we have additional resources through the Minnesota State Patrol.
Eric Fernandez, this guy, that's the commentator. This guy's like a hate monger. Wait, who's the hate monger? Am I the hate monger? I hope so.
Through the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And that work will be done in partnership.
But why? Like, tell me
Thanks,
why
everybody.
if I am. That'd be cool.
We'll have more information tomorrow that we'll put out. Thank you.
You've been listening to Mayor Jacob Frey, and
because they called Mayor Frey boring? That's hate mongering? Wow. A lot of people hate me. They call me boring all the time. Jesus, I thought that was just like a loving greeting. If you want to see hate, just wait. Here we go. Let's I don't know if there's much more to this story that I wanted to cover. I just wanted to see what Frey had to say. God damn, I hate all this fucking rhyming. Law enforcement leaves the scene. Who cares? Oh, Walls releases a statement. He posted on social media, so we don't have to listen to him, thank God. So someone else wrote it. State investigators have been on the scene in North Minneapolis. I know you're angry. I'm not. I'm angry. What Donald Trump wants is violence in the streets. Actually, I think quite specifically, Donald Trump does not want violence in the streets. They're doing the same fucking gaslighting as before, where he's like, go home in peace. You've said your part. Like, go home now. Thank you. And then they're like, see, he wants violence. Like, Trump wants violence in the streets. No, he's got officers trying to remove the violent criminal element from the perspective of the rhetoric. I don't really care. But he is trying to remove the criminal element, and the criminal element is responsible for the violence in the streets. And if the unlawfully present people self-deported, there'd be no violence in the streets. Minnesota will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, and of peace. Don't give him what he wants. Get Kim Potter next to him with a taser. Yvonne says, lol, he worked his way up from construction to talent, then back down. 1 hour behind. Please slow down. I can't slow down. Okay, so that's the update on the ICE thing. It was really pretty clear. The main thing I wanted to share, I got distracted by having to listen to the effete political leaders, but the main thing I wanted to talk about is that the guy was a dangerous fleeing felon that they allowed to flee in a car, and then he ends up bringing a federal agent to two other people where they ambush him and hit him with shovels and stuff and brooms, try and clean him up. Like, oh, and in the meanwhile, during his flight, he crashed his car. He didn't crash into any body that we know of, but he did crash a car and then leave on foot. Like, again, if Jonathan Ross was there, he could have put that thing to pasture, no problem, no problem. You see the anti-ICE dude stealing federal documents. I feel like Amy might have sent me that video. I can look for it real quick in just a second.
Art made me think of this. I love my puppy more than these clowns love their own children. Who gonna care for her if I do something fucking stupid? They're endangering their lives because the TV said to.
There you go. There you go. That's true. Here we go. So here's the video from Nick Sorter. This is like 3 minutes long. I don't know that there's going to be a bunch to say about it. Nick Sorter is asking to please share this video. Minneapolis rioters broke open oh fuck! I'm getting the like demonic possession that the one guy had earlier. It's contagious. Broke open a weapons locker in a federal vehicle. They stole a rifle and ammunition. He was able to capture the thief's face and license plate on the getaway vehicle. You know, it's funny. Like, so they stole a rifle and ammunition, but just like in my case, the cops wrote that down. Like, the ammunition that was by the rifle wasn't for the rifle. Like, there's loose ammunition by the rifle. It's like, well, that ammo doesn't go in that, right? Like, it can't. But all right.
Almost there.
Oh,
wow. This is highly unlawful, and everyone involved in this is committing federal felonies at the moment. Do not ever do this. Do not ever do this at all. And this guy on camera, uh-oh.
Oh my God.
A lot of these guys are racist, evil monsters wearing masks to conceal their identities.
Oh my God.
All right. Let me. This is not legal advice. This is illegal advice.
Oh my.
Don't be on video stealing federal property with an identifiable face tattoo, you fucking tard. Now, a lot of these people are in masks. They kind of like know what they're doing and whatever. But like the people standing around, I don't know if they touch anything or participate in anything. But like that woman in the pink jacket, like the pink Michelin puffy jacket thing. This chick, this guy looking very nonchalant over here. What the? These guys are identifiable from this. They can verify where they were with their phones a lot of times when they go back and need to prove it. But like they're right here on video. Very risky behavior. You shouldn't be anywhere near FBI property.
Bullet? There's some bullets. Hey, that's a 47. I don't know.
There's just an Apple store. Stealing the patches? Oh, it's a bitch move. Again, I don't even like feds. It's like San Francisco Walgreens.
Tourniquet there.
I like when the pickings are getting slim, like he's like, oh yeah, I got this fucking sticker.
No way.
Now, the guy just sat there with his phone, like right there, watching this. If he uploads that video anywhere, they're going to go, oh, it's this guy. Like, this is the guy.
Tourniquet there. Did he get... Okay. Hey, don't film that.
Don't film that. hey, don't film that. Now this is always the interesting thing, because you notice this is a much more peaceful scene than what we've seen going on elsewhere, right? But there's no cops around. But this one, there's overt criminal activity happening. Like and it looks like a fucking wasteland. It looks like the aftermath. It looks like the battle has moved on. If you store those documents at Mar-a-Lago, I think you'll get a pardon. Because it'd be very funny. Where's the pump and munch? Oh, shit. You don't want to be that guy. Black Ford Taurus. They still have those? Didn't they stop making the Ford Taurus in like 2015 or something? Or is it still around? No, the Taurus may still be around. I think it's like America's best-selling sedan. No, so they still have a Ford Taurus, I think.
No.
Oh, shit. I wonder if I know any of these guys. That'd be crazy. I don't know a ton of people in Minneapolis, but I did go like, I would go like party at clubs and bars in downtown. So like, it's entirely possible that I've seen some of these people, especially because, like, sometimes you meet someone, like you're meeting people and you're hanging out with them or whatever, and they're like, oh, hey, yeah, like hit me up later. And you get their Instagram, and then you look at it and you're like, we are not going to get along. We're not going to get along at all. Hold on. And yes, finally someone is kicking the shit out of a fucking locker. Oh, yes! I've been waiting for someone to fucking fix those things. Dark Mage, I know metal snow shovels exist. I grew up, I moved to Minnesota in 1991 along with all the other Somalis. That being said, like I know, but they're falling out of favor. They're not as common anymore. They bend up. Plastic ones are cheaper and they actually tend to have better durability. But why are we talking about snow shovels? Stop it. Scatter roaches. I swear, if I did this like on the truck, if I did that on my Mustang, I'd get fucking arrested. Yeah, so Glenn Croy just brought up an interesting term. He said geofencing. Geofencing is the basically like creating a cyber fence around an area which can then be used to monitor the presence of cell phones and other devices within that fence. It's not like a physical fence, obviously. But they do this a lot with demonstrators, and particularly like when I say demonstrators, I tend to mean that like the actual terrorists, like people trying to blow up the Dakota Access Pipeline, shit like that, when that would happen. Those eco-terrorists that we used to have. But yeah, the geofencing is how they would find a lot of people. Campsite. You still have the Pope Mobile, the Mustang or Corvette. It's a Mustang, a GT 500, and yes, I still have it. It's put away for the winter. You cannot drive it on snow. You'll drive it right into your own death. Ford stopped making the Taurus in 2019. Shows what I know. Fucking idiot. Wait a minute. Eric Fernandez says the commenter just sent me a message that he said he's waiting for me to see that he's a racist. I will never say that. I'm an equal opportunity hater of... It's B and then a bunch of asterisks, which I guess mean blacks. Who's the commenter? Is it me? Am I the commenter? I don't remember sending you that message. I sent that to my mom. Like, I'm waiting for you to see me as a racist. Maybe I typoed the number. What am I the hateful commenter? I don't know. Because if it's someone else, I want to help you hate them. Do I still have the Pope hat? Yeah. I wore it on Jack's show the other day. It's right it's hard to see, but it's right back there. They come trotting in like a fucking movie. Okay, so that's them stealing stuff. Look, legal advice. I'm comfortable giving legal advice, even though I'm not licensed to right now. Don't steal from the federal government. Very basic. Don't do that. Hallucinosis says, people say you can't drive the Honda S2000 in the snow or rain, but I live in California, and we don't have that kind of weather. Just pure corruption. Nikki's trying to get my goat, making really lame drug references. Oh, well, if you want a goat, just ask. The Somalis are all gone. They left a bunch of goats behind. Could have just asked your Apple glasses for the correct year. If these were Apple glasses, that'd be cool. You see my studio lights is there. You can take a look at them. They're very cheap Walmart women's glasses. If they were Apple, if I would buy them in a heartbeat if they had cool fucking Apple glasses that were like this thing, like the Meta glasses, the Ray-Ban ones or whatever. Like they're still like a little too bulky. Yes, but they had sex with the goats first. Yeah, but like that goat still needs someone to eat it. I like roast goat. I don't know about you guys. Hallucinosa says, people say you can't drive the Honda S2000. Oh, wait, I read that. I just read this, but I looked at a different screen. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You'll all be receiving tickets to my funeral when it happens as compensation. Okay, let's see what else we got. So that's the ICE shooting, right? Now we're into fucking around time. Nigga's doing his Joe Neerman impression, puffing on that electronic dick. Well, I can't have an organic one. That's a joke. I mean, I guess I could. Like, I could try one. I guess, like, no one's actually stopping me. Okay. Oh, shit. That's right. I had asked Rosalind. Okay, so it's this one. This is where they talk about me. So this is important because they talk about me. And I'm self-important. So this is LeslieLips or whatever. LeslieLips. I really don't know what I'm supposed to call her. But this is her and her husband. She is a former attorney, and he is a present attorney. He is currently an attorney. Which means he's better than me, because, like, again, I'm temporarily suspended. And so I do want to acknowledge that he is better than me at practicing law in California, for sure, where he is licensed. This woman is something. So this is their little logo down here. They've got this is false advertising on both fronts. And then there's an Audrey Hepburn picture in the background from Breakfast at Tiffany's, I believe. But like not really. Like that's not actually Audrey Hepburn. This is a drawing. I don't know if you guys know that. Euros are fucking fire. Yes. Yes. But aren't those Lebanese? So this stream runs for like 40 minutes. With nothing. I know I should do this. Wait, I absolutely knew what? Greek? I thought Greek was too easy of an answer. So I was like, wait, don't the Lebanese also make them, or is that racist? Like, I don't know. I don't acknowledge, that part of Europe existing most of the time, unless I'm thinking about Achilles, Brave Achilles, or whatever. I really wish she would cover her new laws she created as well. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to sit here and go through this, but I should do something much shorter. They have this stream just running so people can come like filter in, I guess. Like, I don't know if that's actually what they were doing. Like, oh, God. So I don't know how much of the beginning we're going to watch, but this is, if I'm not mistaken, so this is Legally Leslie, former attorney in California, and Michael, who's a present attorney in California. And this is their new show where they talk about their own case, but like have legal discussions about things around it. And the nature of the case they're in, this is not a great idea, but so this should be good. Like, cause I don't always get to find such like very good, astute legal commentary, cause I only watch my own streams. So I don't get to talk about what other people say. And I have no idea, but, she didn't talk about me for like an hour. So I don't know if we're going to watch all of that, but I want to preface that. Oh yeah, it's Leslie and Michael Federigos, which, hello, Ice. I've got someone for you to look into. I love Leslie and Michael's show. Is okay. Just like, are you that uncreative? That's I Love Lucy and okay, this is actually kind of funny. Psychologically. Is super loud? Sorry. Well, I have it turned way down. If I have to balance it, I will. From a psychological standpoint, this is kind of funny. So, Lucille Ball was brought in because Ricky Ricardo was Cuban, and they didn't think a Cuban could carry the show, right? So, they weren't worried about Ricky Ricardo carrying the show, like talent-wise, just his reception by the American people, being a Cuban American back when the show was coming out. So what they did was they put the most annoying white redheaded woman that they could find in there to counterbalance his halfway melanin, and that was what they wanted to do, and that was the branding of the show. That's why it was the I Love Lucy show, and and he was kind of billed as a side character, even though it really wasn't. It was kind of a tag team effort. But it was inherently disrespectful to Ricky. Like, now they were trying to do it respectfully, like recognizing the racism or whatever, and then, because they want to sell ads, they want to sell advertisements and make money. But it was inherently disrespectful. So I love that she has immediately emulated that and gone with an inherently disrespectful homage that denigrates him and picks her up. I think that's funny. And they're muted immediately.
All right,
there
guys. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
So I don't know if you guys know this. Chuck E. Cheese exists, but there used to be something called Showbiz Pizza. Do you guys ever have a Showbiz Pizza around you, like when you were growing up as a kid? Like when I was a kid down in Houston, they had a Showbiz Pizza, And eventually, Showbiz Pizza and there's a circus place up here in Minnesota. Those all became Chuck E. Cheese eventually. But they had the animatronics, and they had the band, and they had that big fucking bear in a barrel playing the drums or whatever. And they had a gorilla on the keys, I think. And they had a big polar bear with a banjo and shit. This woman's face reminds me of the bear from Showbiz Pizza. The Showbiz Pizza I went to, by the way, was at near West Gulf Bank and Little York in Houston, Texas. So if you really want to hyper localize and get deep into my past, it would have been the Showbiz Pizza around somewhere near West Gulf Bank in Little York around 1984 through 1989, or 1990, probably. I think it was over there. I think that if not, it was just down a little ways towards Antoine and Victory. But if you want to know where I grew up before I moved to Minnesota, and where I went to Showbiz Pizza all the time. By the way, visit Showbiz Pizza, a proud sponsor of the show. All of the animatronic looking characters in this are still leftover relics from Showbiz Pizza. I'm pretty sure that Leslie was found in a closet in Showbiz Pizza, where she had been since 1987. She's one of the early retired characters. But she reminds me of that bear, the big fucking bear. And he had suspenders. His nipples were out, because that's good. But he had suspenders and oh, I hope you guys remember that. You thought I looked familiar? That was me.
All right, hold on. Let me get this a little bit brighter. Okay, I think you guys can see us. Okay. All right, so let's get started. We have a song. that we think you guys will like.
Oh my God, you're starting off with the musical
All right,
number?
Here we go. Let me get my glasses.
I'm going to play the harmonica because I don't want to get copyright stricken, playing the guitar. Be a little different.
Yes.
I don't want to get copyright stricken. I'm going to play the harmonica. I like this guy. I like this this creature over here. I think she is fucking hilarious and insane. I like her. I don't mean any of this negatively. I wasn't sure if I was gonna like the guy, but now he's gonna blow on a harmonica on a live stream, on his first co-appearance with his wife on his own live stream. I'm gonna play backup music with a harmonica, so I don't get copyright stricken. Okay. Leslie, by the way, she sings. She does lip syncing and shit to songs all the time. She deals with these. She gets copyright stricken like crazy, but not actually stricken. They just take the monetization or whatever. I know this because they keep taking mine when I make fun of them.
All right, hold on real fast. Let me just make
we need to do some analysis here. So we've got a shitty print of Audrey Hepburn from Breakfast at Tiffany's back here. I'm not quite sure if this blue disc is an artistic affectation that's on the painting or on the picture, like the poster. It's kind of cheap. Or if it is something if it's affixed to it and an artistic expression on its own, or if it is merely something in front of it, because we do see there's some this looks like an ornate music stand, or maybe it's a mirror here, like a pewter or silver mirror that's on a stand. It's got some tightening bolts or whatever, so you can brush her fake wig and hair. She's wearing a retardedly oversized bow, and then they're very proud of their their documentation proving that they're American citizens and ICE cannot deport them. They look like diplomas or law degrees or whatever. There's a school of law up here. There's a school of lip syncing down here. There's a cosmetology degree up in the top right. To me, these things, a lot of lawyers do this. A lot of lawyers do this, and they have they have their like degree paperwork displayed behind them or in their office. I don't know where mine is. Those types of things have never been important to me. Like I know I have it. I know I have my Bachelor of Arts degree, and I know I have my diploma somewhere too. But like people like put them up on the wall and stuff, and I'm like, I'm going to put other stuff up on the wall, like maps.
It's just a tad bit brighter so you guys can see us. Hold on, camera.
You could just
boom,
turn on a light.
A little bit brighter.
Hello, everyone. We're gonna get
now
used
we
to
can
this
see you.
chat
Thank
stuff
you.
Eventually.
Yell louder, like I'm an old person. Hello, everyone. Now that the lights came up, he's like, I don't want to surprise you. I'm not gonna say it. I'm just bite your fucking tongue.
Yes. Okay, here we go. A song you guys will all like.
We will all like this, guaranteed. I don't know anything about this. I know that in an hour they talk about me, and that's what I care about. But we gotta dip our toes in and see what's going on. Maybe this is great.
Oh, there was a group of idiots who figured out a scheme to make the public think all the anti-Hales people were mean.
Mind you, he's playing this on the harmonica so he doesn't get copyright stricken. Wait, was it just a lawyer joke? Like, am I assuming here that he was being serious? Because I'm like, oh, I have low expectations of his comedy chops, but was he actually making a joke there? Or is this a song that I know the lyrics are parodied. I get that, but I don't know what the underlying tune is.
Their leader, a tiny man, flashed a pic of his mushroom pic. It's a sad day for when these scammers went down.
Scarlett, those lips are natural, and I don't think she's claimed that her lips are natural. I don't want to put that. I don't put words in her mouth or whatever. She does. Her lips are like her favorite feature. And she'll sometimes just put a lollipop thing, like a blow pop or whatever right up there and like twirl it around, be annoying with it. I've only seen like 4 of her fucking videos. Well, I've only sat down and watched through some of her stuff twice. A lot of her videos are really short, so I was about to misspeak, but I haven't seen that much of her content, but I've seen her do that multiple times. It's irritating.
It was sad.
Miss Ellie Van, those are not DSLs. Diesel sucking lips. How dare you?
Sad, so sad. It was sad, too bad. It was a sad day when the Hales Emperor went down to the bottom of the fake journalist Megan and Tug and Shizzy the nut job. It was a sad day when the Hales scam fell down. Fake journalist Megan stalking with a high school degree.
I know that somewhere I'm supposed to know what this tune is. Like I'm supposed to remember this, and I have no idea. What? Like
degree scams the public into thinking that she knows more than me.
Jeremy Hales is. Okay, so Jeremy Hales is a YouTuber who buys like storage units that lapse, and then he like treasure hunts in the storage units and then auctions off the stuff that he finds or whatever. His channel's called What the Hales. I don't know this guy. He was in my chat one time, and I was like, "Hey man, what's up?" Like whatever, because I was talking about his case. But I don't know him. I've never spoken interpersonally with him. I believe that he is suing this woman, but maybe she's suing him. I can't fucking remember, but I think he is suing her.
As she begs like a homeless man for breadsticks, like a scam. It was a sad day when she will find herself behind bars.
Wait, who's begging for breadsticks? Is Megan begging for breadsticks? I'm trying to get her on a low carb diet.
Tug, a former therapist named Matthew Lewis, muddles lies with the fake
That is cool. I liked the run on Lewis.
Journalist, trying to convince you all the anti-Hales are through. It will be a sad day when he finds.
This guy's, he's like, no, this is clever. This is good. This is good stuff right here. We're fucking killing it right now. Like, I love that look on it. Dude, I love enthusiasm from people. I love when they're proud of what they're doing and are conveying that positive energy into the world or their environment. And this guy is having it.
Himself behind bars for the unlicensed practice of law. Shizzy, half asleep, commits a felony as he incorrectly speaks about statutes like a freak.
Neurodivergent. The one on the left here, this with the wig, is not. It's not a trans. That is apparently a I guess technically a non-bona fide woman, but like, you know what I mean? Like, she's a legitimate sounds weird. A biological woman who has remained presenting as a woman. I thought the same thing, like unoffensively. I thought, I was like, well, like, I see what's going on. I figured it was like a guy named Gerald or something. But no, Leslie is apparently a biologically born female. And so, but the confusion is not taken offensively here. I am not offended by you thinking that. I thought the same thing as well. And I know that my thought was like inoffensive. I just thought it might explain some things.
Does he know he's committing the unlicensed practice of law? It will be a sad day when he finds himself behind bars.
Who's that?
Martha George Risk, a manly-looking woman who looks like an Eskimo as she brags that she schemed in crimes to bring me down.
Cool.
It will be a sad day when she finds herself behind bars.
Behind bars.
Their leader of this scam. Who is far from a man.
Leader of the scam is code.
Scare me all you want. Scared, I think
Jeremy.
not.
Why aren't you calling him Scare Me Jeremy?
You and I know the truth, and the law will come for you. It will be.
I'm sorry. I'm the only one who gets to determine who the law comes for. Okay. Scare Me Jeremy is Trumpian branding needs to happen. Scare Me Jeremy. Leslie, pick it up and put it down.
A sad day when you find yourself behind bars. Anyway.
So I started growing up in Houston, Texas, and I'm Polish. Some of you may not know. I think I'm about a quarter Polish, and that's the one over the six. A quarter Polish, and my grandfather was purebred Polish or whatever on my dad's side, and so so I grew up as a Polish Catholic in Houston, Texas, and my grandfather was in the Knights of Columbus. And this just brought me back, man. This brought me back to the Knights of Columbus Hall, like where the events are going on, because they always had a fucking accordion playing, right? Like, because they would do polkas and shit like that. And I know that's a harmonica and not a polka, but it doesn't sound like a good harmonica, and the microphone sucks. So like combining that, it sounds like an accordion instead. It just made me think about it a little bit. I got a little wistful.
I'll get better on a harmonica. I'll get another instrument, but it's not.
I'm totally gonna learn an instrument for this stream, guys. Just don't worry about it. Like, is he already insecure? I mean, is he already insecure about playing the harmonica? Buddy, you put your mouth on that thing just fine.
It compares.
Yeah, it compares. It compares
to the other one.
So, I mean, here's the thing, we've heard enough of the guitar riffs. We figured, we needed to come back in favor of the anti-Hales, right?
Yes.
From the fail. Anyways, tonight what we're going to do, just to give you guys kind of an overshadow, we're going to talk a little bit about, how, little stories about us that you guys will probably enjoy. At the tour.
My man doesn't look nervous at all, does he? We're going to tell some stories about us that y'all will enjoy. K to the Swiss. Thank you for the donation. There's no chat message attached, so thank you for doing that. This guy looks like a dentist who's like got the pliers locked on the person's tooth, and he's like, I really don't want to pull it. Like, it's just, he's stuck in that face.
Towards the middle to the end of this podcast, we're going to show you just how doomed it is.
Okay, girl. Well, your blush is trying to bring out your cheekbones isn't blended very well, because I can see it even on your shitty low-res camera. But you've got washed out lighting, so I know you're trying for the Skeletor look to thin out your old cheeks or whatever, and that's fine. I'm all for thinning out old cheeks. I don't know if I wanted to say that. I'm all about like getting the skull look down, but like you have to blend that blush in, and you can't have such a pale complected foundation over the, I guess underneath it, because the lighting that it hits you is hitting you and it's hitting you like fucking spotlights, like the interrogation room in Dick Tracy. Your husband with his, whatever level of tanning he's done is much better complected for the lighting setup that you have. I feel like you white balanced on OJ's red tinted Bronco.
Who's the one that committed the? We believe committed the. We believe he committed the.
The Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court will.
So this guy is on stream giving her legal advice about what she's saying, which is fine. It's not necessarily advisable when you're in active litigation, but he's doing that like so. But these two do this thing I heard on another podcast. They do the thing. Lawyers think they're clever and strategic and tactical and very, 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 very smart. They think that it's one of the things I hate the most about lawyers is they believe that they are clever. They're the first people to like think up something. And there are little witticisms and little memes. Lawyers had memes, we did it a long time ago. There are little witticisms and memes that lawyers share. And they do this thing, this wink and a nod to like, oh, you can't say that, right? And then they're like, oh, tahat, right? Like that's not really what would say, but he would say that you can't say that thing. And then she would say something that's obviously inferring what she can't say without saying it. And they believe that the technical application of law around the words that they use will work when that's not really, it's not like the court is concerned about the actual wording. They're concerned about what's going on with the wording and how it might interfere with the court's ability to conduct court in an orderly fashion and to open both parties to candor to the court and to put them, under some rules of decorum. If you're cheekily avoiding them semantically or by technical language on a live stream, it's possible that the judge could just find out what you're doing and be like, yeah, stop knowing. When you wink and nod after everything you're not supposed to say, like everybody knows, the technical aspects of language in law in that way are an artifact of how we used to communicate before everything was fucking recorded and written down and broadcast and translated and transcribed. Like now, those rules were still about the same thing. It's about fishing out the intent of what people are doing, and when they have improper intentions that interfere with the conduct of litigation, that's when sanctions and shit can come about. It was hard to, if people spoke technically in private, is hard to prove that they said the thing, but they could convey meaning. But that was when you could make inferences that weren't broadcast to people. This is very dumb of them, but they'll do that a lot. He's like, oh, you can't say that. And, and she'll go into it thinking that they're covered here, but that's not quite how it works.
Prosecutor, maybe.
But
it gets there.
The name we are going to reveal is the one that we believe has committed the unlicensed practice of law. We will get there. No, we don't disclose it yet. We're going to get.
We're not disclosing his real name yet.
Not yet. We won't disclose his real name, and we won't tell you yet. But we're going to tell you tonight. You're going to find out tonight.
You're going to find out tonight.
But
you're going to learn today.
Go ahead, Michael. You got to lift yourself up because this thing. All right. So, anyways.
So the unlicensed practice of law is like a really specific thing. It doesn't mean that you speak to someone about a legal matter and you don't have a law license. What it means is that you represent to them, or effectively represent and communicate to them, that you are practicing law, that they are under the expectation. Now, that a reasonable person would be under the expectation that that person is practicing law and would think or infer that they're licensed, right? Is some guy who works at a Wendy's isn't engaged in the unlicensed practice of law unless he's holding himself out as an attorney specifically. Just because he has a discussion about legal matters or legal issues, even at a very high level, he's not unlicensedly practicing law unless there's an expectation that would be present for a reasonable person to make the determination that they're licensed, but they're not, right? Like it's about defrauding someone, especially someone who has never been licensed to practice law or is not educated as a lawyer. If they're in candid communications with someone and that person knows, like, yeah, no, you stuff the roast beef sandwiches at Arby's. That doesn't mean that the Arby's guy doesn't know anything about the law. It just means that he's not an attorney, and they know that. Unless they think he's actually an attorney, the unlicensed practice of law isn't like so straightforward. And they keep saying all these people are going to jail for the unlicensed practice of law. I don't know what they're talking about specifically. Maybe there is something.
Anyways, we are so happy, guys, that you guys are supporting us and everything.
Elijah says, shit channel, go to hell. Dude, I tried. They were full for the night. It's like when you go to the rest stop, and it's like all the semis are parked on the on-ramp or the return. Like, that's what I had to do.
And, we're excited to do this show. We actually have to look at the camera. We're looking over at this. We have to look in the camera. We are so sorry. We're getting used to everything. Anyways, Michael
I'm getting used to it. You've been used to it for a while.
Yes. Okay, so Michael and I, like you guys learned from Lisa's podcast, we met when I was 17. Right, Michael?
Yes.
And he was
every time. Yeah. Don't do these shows. I'll give you some unlicensed motherfucking streaming advice. We met when I was 17, remember? I thought you were 19.
24, but no, nothing bad happened.
No, it was just
nothing bad happened. Oh, I know they didn't have sex then. No, he was 24, she was 17. It was a different time. Could you imagine now being 24, like, and and like having to tell like the girl's parent, like the 17-year-old girl's parents, when you show up for Thanksgiving, they're like, "Oh, you're like 18, like in your first year of college." You're like, "No, I dropped out. I still work at the video store. Yep, there is one left, and I'm 24 years old. I rode my skateboard here."
It's a simple date.
Simple date.
Mm-hmm.
And
I really like your 17-year-old daughter. That drumstick is going in your ear.
then we remained friends and we got together.
But I did invite you to all our parties.
You did.
We
you
had
did.
a lot of.
Holy okay. All right. I held off on making the groomer joke. Like, cause everybody's a groomer now, right? Like, it's like, oh, you met someone here and then later you, whatever. And so you're a groomer. And I'm like, well, there's like a broad brush application. Like there could be a lot that happens between when you meet someone, at one point and then another point. Who knows? Like, I don't know. Like, I could foresee that though. Like, someone does a college visit when they're 17 or something, and they meet someone at the Glee Club demonstration who's 24, and he's like, "Oh, hey, like, what's up?" And then like 2 years later, that turns out they're going to college. He's graduated, but he comes back for an alumni meeting or something, and then they see each other. It's like, "Oh, hey, like, I remember you. Like, that's cool." And they get together. That's not grooming. That's incidental that you met someone. And I don't think just happenstance meeting someone at some point forecloses your ability to discuss things with them or get into a relationship with them at some point down the road. Right? Like, so we understand there's some nuance there that makes sense. It's got to be a sensical thing. And I think sometimes it gets over accused and over applied, but it does because it's funny to do that sometimes, like for people to do that. I'm not saying it's funny, but it's funny for people to do that. So it gets done, right? But it's like, we met when I was 17, he was 24. Don't worry, nothing gross happened or whatever. I did invite you to all the parties though. Bro. Brother, you need to stop now. As your lawyer, shut the fuck up.
Get the crowd back and show the Twitter video I sent you, dumbass. I'm paying $3 for it. Microbean!
What Twitter video? Why? Oh yeah, we will. We'll get into that. We'll take a breather in a little bit, Boosh. Don't worry. Turn your Boosh off.
Big parties.
Holy cow, man, guys.
The parties we had.
Well, can I tell you guys a secret? And guys,
I did invite you to all our parties.
You did.
We had a lot of big parties.
Holy cow, man, guys.
The parties we had.
Yeah, maybe this is trolling. Like, maybe they're trying to get the groomer accusation. That's epic own of someone, because they're like, hey, that sounds kind of fucking weird. Like, that sounds maybe inappropriate or whatever. And like, maybe I've noticed this about boomers, me being a pseudo boomer. Like, there are things that they're like, aha, we'll get them like this. It's very common amongst the 4 boomers who are on the internet. But so maybe this is that. Maybe, like, and I'm not personally invested in these. Like, I don't care. Like, if he did that or whatever, that's between, them and their own morality. Like, how does it affect me? I'm just suggesting maybe don't say any of this stuff online. And if you think like this is a funny way to own other people, like, you're not. Nope.
Can I tell you guys a secret? No, you'll get mad. I was saying because, like, remember when I kissed a Backstreet Boy?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Anyways, so
did one of them die? Like, did he wither up and have his like soul sucked into like a? Is that why your lips are so big? Is he still in there? Is that where Lance Bass went? He's in heaven. He's like, I can suck all the dick I want in these lips.
Michael, as you guys know, you can see my big bow, but there's the Backstreet Boys stuff. Michael was involved with the Backstreet Boys on a very like.
Michael was involved in the Backstreet Boys. Okay, actually, I heard the story of how this happened. It's kind of really a little sus, but she's saying something very important here.
stuff. Michael was involved with the Backstreet Boys on a very big level. And so
he's big level involved in the Backstreet Boys. That's why you've heard of him. That's why he's so famous.
So anyways, Michael, do you have any stories?
Well, you knew them too.
I knew all of them, guys. I knew all of them.
The things you don't want to say. Yeah, no, I knew all of this. Remember when I kissed that one in front of you and stuff? And he's like,
because they were from.
You actually used to. I
was friends with Howie D. I know his name is Howard DeRoe. That's how I knew him. He did the nativity scene with my brother. My brother was a little drummer boy at Disney, and he was the shepherd boy. And him and I used to talk in middle school all the time. And it was so ironic because I knew all the guys that before they became the Backstreet Boys.
How is that ironic? It's so ironic because I knew all the guys that became the Backstreet Boys. That's very ironic. Why? I think you probably mean coincidental, but since I'm not actually clear what you're saying, but why? I feel like Alanis Morissette.
And then Michael came down from New York and he was working with Lou and he was behind the scenes forming the Backstreet Boys. So tell us, how did Lou pick these guys? I mean, we're going to get into everything.
So now, apparently Lou created the Backstreet Boys. I think you're going to find out that Lou is one of those guys. One, who had the idea to gather a group of young, attractive guys to lead around to schools. So, I mean, I think that's one. That's Lou, from what I can tell. But I think there's a story about Lou, and he's the reason they're all together or whatever. And he's also the guy who could never actually make them famous, which is funny. I think that's coming up.
In the Hale stuff too, but I thought this might be interesting. Okay. How did he pick those guys, Michael?
With the Backstreet Boys, I wasn't really involved.
Oh, you were totally involved with Lou. He did that, right? And had that. I wasn't really involved. It's what did you drive the taxi one day?
The picking of them?
Because he came, I wasn't involved. In Sync, I was.
How did he pick the NSYNC guys? What did he say? I've never asked you this question, actually.
You probably don't even know.
No, I don't know. I've never asked you this one. Guys, I've never asked him this.
I believe you.
I
believe you've never asked him this. Tell me again.
He used to play on some Disney show, some Dolph. No, that was the other one from Backstreet Boys. I'm sorry. Justin was in the Mickey Mouse Club, and he really wanted him, and he came in through the. He wanted Justin. Really, he was a really talented guy.
Yeah,
he wanted Justin really
bad.
Now,
and everyone else, I was always there when he picked him. What's your friend from the other guy? The buck guy.
Oh, AJ?
No, the guy.
Wait a minute, did I miss it? Did I miss what he said? Every other guy was always there. So wait, did he say he wasn't there for Justin?
Talented guy.
Yeah.
From Backstreet Boys, I'm sorry. Justin was in the Mickey Mouse Club, and he.
Hold on.
Guys, I've never asked him this.
Well,
I wasn't paying attention.
Justin
My bad.
Used to play on some Disney show, some Dolph. No, that was the other one from Backstreet Boys. I'm sorry. Justin was in the Mickey Mouse Club, and he really wanted him, and he came in through the.
The Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Come inside. It's fun inside.
He wanted Justin. Really, he was a really talented guy.
Yeah.
Obviously, look at him now. And
child.
Everyone else, I was always there when he picked him. What's your friend from the other guy? The buck guy.
Oh, AJ?
No, the guy, the NSYNC guy that always grabbed.
Joey Fatone.
Okay,
I knew Joey in high school, by the way. He dated one of my best friends. But go ahead.
What was his name?
Yeah.
And he always grabs your butt.
He never grabbed my butt. He never grabbed my butt.
Every girl that he was around.
He never grabbed my butt. Joey Fatone.
Holy fuck. Hey, husband, I'll bring you on a live stream so you can tell me when I'm saying too much. And then he's like, yeah, actually, Joey Fatone, he's just every girl he's around in high school just grabbing ass all over the place. Yours? No. No, yeah, all of them, remember? Especially the sophomores. Oh my fucking God.
And he was very much, I was too tiny for him. He liked thicker girls. That was his thing. I'm telling you, he was Italian guy.
He's a great guy.
Great guy. Great guy. Grabbing girls' asses all over the place. Really great, phenomenal guy. Reminds me, I was watching the documentary on them cracking down on the mob in Philadelphia in the late 70s. And they had this one guy who he had turned in the mob. He had turned on him. And he was there in the documentary to help like explain like all these other guys who were dead, you know, that he knew all of them and stuff. But they're telling the story of these two brothers, and like the whole documentary is going through like how brutal they were. Like they did this aggressive push to take over the Philadelphia mob scene, which involved killing a lot of people and like ordering deaths and stuff like that. And they had the hitman on, like, who killed some of these people and stuff. And because these guys are all like out of jail now and out of protective custody or whatever. But like they're talking about this one guy who he was one of the two friends or brothers. I can't remember. He got killed, but he was also the guy who like ordered a bunch of people to die. And the guy, the informant who's on the documentary, he's like, you know, he's a good guy, family guy, really cared about the community. Goes to church, good guy, like a good guy, you know, you could trust him. I'm like, he's a murderer, like a routine murderer. He's like, we're really ashamed what they did to him. Like, good guy, loved his kids. Yeah, I bet he did. But I cannot believe. Yeah, Joey Fertone just grabbing ass of all the fat bitches around, and like really great individual. And this is always insight. This is always like the way people do this stuff. There's always kind of like insight into who they are. I'm not talking about these people specifically. I'm talking about just in general. Like, oh yeah, like they just describe something that's now generally regarded as pretty horrifying. Like if you heard of a guy who every girl at the high school, and he's like a high school guy too, but like every girl, he's just grabbing their ass all the time, at least the thick ones. You'd be like, that's like unacceptable behavior. Like that's sexual assault. Now, do I think the guy should be killed? I mean, I think everybody should, but like now that behavior is like pretty appalling. And if you heard about that happening at your kid's school, if you have any, you'd probably be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you'd be concerned. They're just like, yeah, really good guy. Like, really, that was fine.
Yeah, that was the thing. He was never into me, and that was fine. I didn't care.
He was never into you. But like, I still can't believe it because Joey Fertone is a very famous guy, and this type of thing that they're talking about involving him could be like highly defamatory. Like it could actually cause reputational harm. It might be true. I don't know. I don't really care. But like, this is one of those things where it's like, actually, hey guys, let me tell you about 28 years ago. Right? Like all of a sudden his career, which is kind of in shambles already, but like all of a sudden he's fired from everything. I think he's still like an MTV host and stuff.
Him and I were friends.
So he never grabbed your butt?
Never grabbed my butt.
He grabbed every girl's butt.
Not mine.
Like a simple, like a little grab.
Well, how did Lube
I remember.
Stunning. Stunning to say this about someone who's legally connected and wealthy and still employed in the entertainment industry. Now, he grabbed everybody's butt. Okay. All right. Like whatever.
I remember going with,
but not hers. It's kind of funny because he's on there to rein her in, but she's like, not mine. He didn't do that. And he's the one saying the other thing. She's like, he was into big girls. Like that's not, I mean, that could be defamatory for some people, but like, I don't think so. But like the grabbing butt thing is a very specific act.
I remember going to Universal Studios and he worked on a stage, one of those shows. And you're like, how do you like this guy? He's like, how do you like this?
Did he ask you how you like this
Yeah,
guy?
I was like, that guy's good.
No, let me ask you a question. Like, how do you know when a guy's good?
And JC, we went to meet him. He's like, we got to meet the other.
How do you know when a guy is good? Like, I'm not. I think that's unintentionally humiliating.
Guy, JC.
Yeah. JC
Joe
Chizay.
Schmo, get
Yeah.
sued,
It's been
you
like
motherfucker.
20,
How
25
dare
years,
you?
So we went to the Outback where he worked.
Okay.
Yeah. And we met him there. He
When
was a
you-
server.
when
He
you-
was a-
What was that? Yeah. The Outback, did this guy just like, did he just pre-cum over Outback? Crikey.
Outback where he worked.
Okay.
Yeah. And we met him there.
He's nodding at her and he's got a look and a smile like, yeah. There's something about that Outback. That Outback was something. Like maybe they gathered there with their friends in secret or whatever. Like they made out in the bathroom for the first time. I don't know, but there's something about that Outback in that face.
When you
server.
and
He was a
Lou,
server.
let me ask you a question.
I was
When,
like, that guy definitely.
when you and Lou determined whether you liked a guy, were you like, can you tell? Let me ask you a question. I think girls want to know this. I think girls want to know this.
Wait a minute. Wait, was this guy gay? Am I thinking he's in the closet gay, but it turns out he's actually just like he's just an ass pounder? Like, go for it, buddy. I'm not here to stop you, but what do you mean?
Does a guy know when another guy's good looking? I don't know.
I could tell when a guy's good looking.
What is okay from a guy's perspective? What does a guy think is good looking? Because I can tell you, it might differ from what a girl thinks.
Oh, I can't even answer that question. I don't know.
Is it like jawline? Is it like muscles? Because I'm not into muscles.
Jawline is I like jawline. You know?
Okay, well, I don't like
too
too big of jaws.
No.
Because I don't think a lot. I don't know. Every
Fucking jabberjaws over here. I don't like too big of jaws. Yeah, I like some jawline. I get some jawline. I got some jawline for you. What the fuck? We need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser. 300-yard wink. I know. I was talking with her earlier on the chat. She sent a couple messages. Okay, here we go. So this is Twitter. Again, this is related to the ICE stuff. This is just refreshing. Refreshing. Breaking, this badass MAGA man. I don't know who Eric Doherty is. Oh shit, he follows me. Ooh. I know who you are, Eric. And I followed you the whole time. This is Eric Doherty. This is my good friend. He's the chief content officer of Right Line News and Florida Voice News. Marylander turned Floridian. I remember when he moved down there, actually. Like, it was really good to see him get away from Maryland. There was a lot of stuff he had to leave behind. But I told him there's a lot of promise down in America's penis. And I have full faith that he could make it. And like, I'm really glad that he has. It was kind of dicey there for a minute, but he's, he pulled it off. He pulled it off. So yeah, he's does politics and breaking news alerts, which is, I mean, you knew that already. I knew that. But here we go. Breaking, this badass MAGA man is being praised nationwide for single-handedly pummeling every leftist rioter who ambushed him. This is how it's done. Stand with ICE and repel the violent left. This is to expel the demons that we were just watching. Oh shit. So they left all, they truncated this. If you look here, this is a nondescript gendered thing. And then there's they've got a air horn, which is behind this catastrophe going on. She just keeps getting wider as you go down, doesn't she? I love that Walmart ran out of lavender hair dye in the middle of the process. But so she's wearing like a red stocking cap, and I know some video like it can be kind of grainy and hard to discern different elements. But so that's going on. Her hair is cascading down her very wide back. We would call that a big back, a large back, a broad back, a vast back. There's several models, but they all get to basically, you get to the same concept eventually. And she is wearing Converse, which is good in case she was a 1976 black basketball player. And it really... I'm glad that she's got them on. Guys, help me out. No, I think this is right. I think this is right because I think I learned this. Converse has the label, the star label on the inside ankle, right? Not actually on the outside ankle, which made them cool because everybody else's branding and logos were on the outside ankle, but Converse is on the inside ankle, which made it unique, right? Is that true? Do you guys remember that? I think it is. This isn't better. Outside and inside. Well, they got rid of that. Like she ate the ones on the outside. But anyway, so she's in the way, but this guy, this thing back here with the umbrella has an air horn, which I didn't want to blend into the hat. And so I'm describing it's an air horn that he's blasting in this guy's ear. And if you watch the longer version of the video, he follows this guy around just blasting the air horn into this guy's face, which is apparently something that they've been doing to people who disagree with him. That is assaultive behavior. Like that's a crime. That's a criminal act. Boom! Okay, so homegirl got folded. Well, he got look at the wind up on this uppercut. Get off the bus. Holy shit. Boom. He made airtime. Motherfucker's feet leave the ground. He gets actually levitated by that punch. Wow. Yeah, bro. Make it bigger here. Hold on. It's Twitter and like the layout matters. Fuck's sake. Let me see if I can. I have to independently. No. Okay, so this is as large. Here we go. I'm down here. This is as large as we can get. And now I know some of you have seen this, and that's okay. We should watch that one more time. God. Boom! Now my man is in piston punching mode. Like he's out for vengeance for the sins of all their fathers. Oh! So he has jawed 2 more people at least now. But they've not gone down. They've not gone down. They're definitely not Republican congressional aides. They have not gone down on him yet. Some gloves have come off like a hockey match. This is good. Watch out. Oh, no. He got a little bit clipped, a little bit rocked, but I think it was mostly a stumble. I don't think Joe Rogan would give him a full knockdown there. Bam!
Hey, guys.
Holy shit. You go to Valhalla. You're done.
Hey, guys.
Done. I like how the one guy's like, hey, guys, like, guys, come on. They accosted they're accosting him the whole time. Or this guy's accosting him the whole time. And then, when he defends himself, and make no mistake, like blasting that shit into someone's face is that's assaultive behavior. And you can't just do that. Can be like, aha, I'm not touching you. The sound waves are. Yeah, well, Soundwave has been in prison for a long time for that. Anyway, that was from Boosh. He really wanted me to share that, and I'd seen it before. I like that video. I didn't skip the megaphone part. Like I explained it, it's in the longer video. I don't want to go find the longer one. But yeah, you can't do that to people. He's like I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a while back there was a KKK rally at a park in like California. It's several years ago. And you're like, that's still around? Like they still have like an open Klan, and they weren't in their hoods and garbs or whatever. They were dressed up in like leather jackets with patches or whatever. Like they look like thin bikers. And they're old, like they're old guys, like 80, sitting around. And some guy decides to come pick a fight with them for whatever reason. It's like, you can hate the KKK, like they're eminently easy to despise or whatever. So like, you don't need to prove to everybody that you do by getting into a fight. And he gets into a fight with them and he like draws a knife. And then one guy grabs a flag and like wraps the flag around the flagpole, and he's like fucking doing the wushu spear stabs, like he's Jet Li or some shit. He's like, and he ends up like stabbing this guy. The KKK guy, like the old KKK guy, stabs this guy who like 21 times, and the cops are like, "Yeah, I mean, you like attacked him, you idiot! Like, what were you doing?" And he was cleared of. He was never charged. It was crazy. That was a wild fucking video. Okay. Making sure we go. All right, back to this for now. I don't know if we'll get to the debate stuff or not, because like the debate things, I mean, we might. I'm awake, and I think my kids need to go into school early, so I'm just staying up, and then I'll go to bed afterwards. So I'm here for another hour and a half or so. So we might get to some of that, but I'm just chilling here with you guys. So so thanks. But I want to give you an expectation of about like how long I'll be around, so like how long you need to sandpaper yourself. So we're back to this weird, like I know you guys don't know these people, and that's healthy and good, but I'm here to help you make unhealthy choices. I'm here to do that. I'm here to help you make unhealthy choices, and the more I see these guys, they're going to be around a little bit from time to time.
Girl has their own taste, right? I'm honestly, as a woman, I'm not. Okay, well, I don't like too big of jaws.
No,
because I don't think a lot. I
don't know. There's subtly funny stuff in here. This guy doesn't have the he doesn't have the weakest jawline ever, but he doesn't have a big one. She's like, I think she realized it while she was saying
cutest thing. And I thought he was the cutest thing. Like, he had the biggest smile. Get up. Nobody can see your smile because you're blocking yourself, you fool. I'm just kidding. No, but anyways,
yeah,
he had the
regular
cutest
Adonis.
smile. And he would just stand in the doorway and he'd smile. I just thought he was the cutest thing. So I like smiles. I don't want a chiseled out man. I don't know about many of you girls out there.
Yeah, just like all those girls online who like the dad bod. No, who likes people who look healthy and in shape? That's crazy. I like mine a little lumpy and sad. Ouch, his pride though. Yeah, I know. Oh, you just had the cutest little button smile. Like you're misshapen and really non-distinct otherwise, but like your smile was good. Like a black guy in a dark room. The one feature I can see I really like.
I'm not really into that. It's like almost like when a guy's too much into his body. It's not like, I don't know, not something I like. But anyway, I got to tell you guys a funny story about Michael.
People can be too much into their body and look any kind of way. Like, what are you talking about? That's not a consistent. What do you mean? Do you mean like big muscly guys? Do you mean like trim muscly guys? Do you mean like you like guys who just like a Will Ferrell, like just skinny fats or Vince Vaughn or whatever, like just skinny fat? Like, what are you talking about? What is it? Describe something.
Oh my God.
I'm going to tell you a funny story. Okay. When we got together,
you aren't
every night at like clockwork at 11 o'clock at night, the phone would ring.
Oh, I know this story.
The phone would ring. It was
Yeah. I know this story. We figured you did. She's telling us. You should be used to her talking to other men in front of you. What are you talking about? Like
house line. This is before cell phones.
We're going
over.
to bed. We were
going to bed.
Go to sleep.
Yeah. And every night at 11 o'clock, the house phone would ring. And
what do? I used to pick up. I didn't.
That was me. Before I did my show at 11, I would call them at 11.
You would say, just don't answer it. It's Breon.
I put it on vibrator.
Yeah. And I would say, who is Breon? And he goes, oh, this crazy girl, he said. This is what he tells me. And I said, okay. And I go, why does she call you every night at 11 o'clock? I'm like, what the heck, right?
Yeah.
This went on for like 2 months. And finally one day
Breon's a guy.
Almost every night.
It was every night. And finally one day I just picked the phone up and I go, hello, can I help you? And she goes, is Michael there? And I was like, yeah, but what do you need? She goes, I need to speak to him. I said, is this Breon? I go like this, is this Breon? And she goes, yes. And I go, I'm Michael's girlfriend. And this is when we were dating. And I said, I have noticed that you have.
Were you 17? Because like you kind of implied that you were dating at 17 still. Like, I'm just curious.
Called every night for the last 2 months since we've been together. And you've called like clockwork, 11 o'clock. He doesn't pick up the phone.
And I let you do this, huh?
Yeah, he let me do this. And at this point, he was sitting on the ground.
I remember this story. I know this story. I let you do this? I let you do this. I remember this story. I let you do this? I know this one.
Ground. In front of like he was on the ground on his butt on the ground with a coffee table and his laptop, and he's just peering on his laptop. And she goes, "That motherfucker! He's such a jerk!" And she's going off. And it was on speaker, so he's hearing. She goes, "I can't stand. He's such a," and she's cursing the shit out of it. Cool. And I'm looking over at
Still
him.
Doing my work. I'm sitting there doing.
And I'm looking at him, and he's sitting on the ground, and there's no flinch in his face. He's not mad. He's not angry. He's just like just looking at the computer. And I'm going, what the heck? I'm like, this girl's telling you off, saying all this crap about you.
Wouldn't every guy do that?
No, every guy wouldn't. They would probably get on the phone and tell her, the girl, to shut the hell up.
I didn't give.
Michael, you just, okay.
I didn't.
No, I mean, like he did the thing where he's just like, just don't answer the phone. Like, just let it go. Like, just don't answer the phone. Why would you want to pick up the phone and deal with that? What?
You care about her.
Anyway, so he sits there like he's like wax, like nothing's phasing him. So I finally said, I go, Breon, what is it that Michael did to you that needs to be resolved? And she goes, well, he never broke up with me. Okay. And I'm like,
okay, yeah.
Oh, Michael, I don't buy that. I think you're bullshitting. I think you screwed this girl over. So anyway, so then I said to her, I go, look, I can set up for you and Michael to go to Starbucks, and you guys can have your closure, and then you can get off your chest what you need to get off. And she's like, we need to go for couple massages. And one day he just vanished.
He never broke up with me. Hold on. Whoa, calm down. Let me get you guys to a Starbucks right away. Like a couple mochaccino frappes or whatever. Like, we can do this. It's not a big deal. I can't believe we missed this critical juncture. I did not mean to make him cheat on you with me. Like, I didn't mean to do that. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Look at his face. Like, please be funny.
And I said, well, let's set it up where you guys can have your closure, and then you hopefully will never call this house again. Anyways, Michael's the type of guy, so you guys don't know.
We never went to Starbucks. She stopped calling.
Yeah, she stopped calling after that.
Yeah, but it's weird. Brad started calling every night at 11, like at the same time. I don't know. Like, it's like the queue in the phone just opened up for him. I never got to talk to Brad, though. No, I met him at Starbucks. Can you believe this conversation occurred? I got to get you guys to Starbucks. No, we need couples massages to break up. What? What? Honey, I have no idea what Brian of Tarth or whatever, like that, the big one. No, that didn't sound like me at all. That does not sound like something I would do. And I forgot to break up with her. That's weird.
Michael's the type of guy that, like, the most craziest shit can be said about him, and he could just sit there like it's nothing.
Doesn't bother me.
It's the craziest thing. But anyways.
Doesn't bother me.
So question.
That doesn't bother me. Like, you could just imagine someday in the near future when he's going to Grand Theft Auto killing spree. He's like, it doesn't bother me.
Well, Michael, tell the audience how old you are and what generation you came. Let me ask you a question. You and I are 7 years apart. What do you see as the difference in you're 55? What music were you into? What was it like?
I grew up in the 80s.
Here, you got to talk into here.
What was it like? What was it like being 7 years older than me?
You got to talk loud.
Bayside, Queens.
And you and Lisa actually went to the same places.
We were just talking about this last night. I was talking to Lisa. Oh my God, she went to the same places that I used to go. Right, I lived like a block away from the Avante, Camouflage, this club. But I lived like 2 blocks away, a half a block from where I worked. I used to work at a movie theater, and I'm
gonna skip to the me part in just a second.
Can't believe Lisa knows people I know. I'm positive.
You have
Lisa. We grew up together. I'm telling you, I was working at the movie theater a half a block away where you used to promote. We definitely knew each other. I definitely knew each other.
Her name is Brian.
I can't believe this that this came out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's so ironic.
That's crazy.
That isn't ironic. That is coincidental. Irony is an unexpected result that is a twist on the source of that result. 2 things that happen together, like we grew up together and now we talk later. That's not irony.
I love you, Lisa.
2 New Yorkers.
Great.
2 New Yorkers.
We stick together.
Yes. So you guys know Michael and I got together when he was 40 and I was 33. And then we ended up having 3 kids, and Michael's now 55, and we've got.
He invited her to all the parties when she was 17. Okay, I don't really want to know their life story. I thought they were going to talk about the legal stuff because that's what it said. But hold on. Let me get the timestamp for. Let me get the timestamp for. Talks about her obituary. Wait, what? The fuck is that? I mean, I know what an obituary is. Why does she have one? She looks like a ghoul. Don't get me wrong. I would believe 100% that she was resurrected like Lazarus, but 3 years later, like I'm not surprised by that. I just don't understand.
Exactly. What they do is
You wrote that email, that obituary.
So what if I wrote the obituary? I wanted to die and vanish. I mean, I wanted to virtually.
What is the obituary for?
The obituary was to virtually die online so they'd leave me alone. I never met them in person. It was a virtual obituary. I figured at least if they thought I, virtually died, they would leave me alone. I tried everything. I tried to
What did they do? Like find out the email, they FOIA, well, not FOIA, they asked the request for your email, who wrote that obituary. Then they did some.
Okay, so like you wrote your own thing, like you try to get away or whatever, and then they, because of the lawsuit that happened, like because of like alleged stalking, I think, like then they were able to discover it. Like that's embarrassing, I think, but so. But again, so the underlying part of this is there's a lawsuit going on for harassment, I think, and stalking or something like that. I don't know why. So I get talked about in just like, okay. You talk about me? I like being talked, like, when people have opinions, I think they're great.
And I literally researched
I need
it.
my own mic.
Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll get it. Well, no, we have one. We have everything in the garage.
Yeah, we got
a lot of stuff.
We got to get. We both have to talk into
We got a lot of friggin' stuff in the garage. We got a lot of stuff. We got everything.
it, so
Yeah,
we can.
we have a lot of stuff. We'll get it.
No, but I debunked everything. Everything of hers was debunked.
Everything.
So,
irony is that this stream makes me want to get on my knees and beg for the kidnapping video with a side of food poisoning of cooking with Kurt.
He hasn't uploaded any new cooking videos, although he did say, like, he had a couple things to say in the middle of his workout thing. I don't want to sit through, because like his 1,000-pound club, like he condensed that video from 2 hours down to 1:49 is just his main lifts, but he has like warm-up lifts, and then he has his rest periods and stuff, and he talks during some of that, and we can maybe skim through some of that at some point soon.
What the hell's too? He knows he's not working.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Rakita dropped that. I love that.
Wait, what?
That is awesome.
What did
because
I
he
do?
probably talking to it, so we can.
We have a lot of stuff. We'll get it.
No, but I debunked everything. Everything of hers was debunked.
Wait a minute. Rakita dropped what the hell's too? He knows he's not working.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Rakita dropped that. I love that. That is awesome because he probably knows. You know what I'm saying?
He said he liked you.
Michael said he liked me.
I heard it somewhere.
I do. I think she's fucking hilarious. Look, I mean, with like one of those Hannibal Lecter masks on or whatever, but like still.
I didn't see his live, but somebody said that he liked.
Say, yeah, if you guys have questions, feel free to ask questions. Hold on. You're
obsessed with.
I'm obsessed with Megan.
Yes, read that one.
Why don't you? I'm obsessed with Megan.
Oh, who's obsessed with Megan?
She's saying I'm obsessed.
You're
It's
obsessed with
a
Megan?
Muppet that doesn't want to show their face.
Wait, is that Jeremy's hand up the Muppet telling her what to say?
Why don't you do your research? That I'm obsessed. Let me ask you a question. I have nothing.
I love when they try to be funny. Like, oh God. I like when they try to tell the joke. Like he's like, oh, is that her? Oh, because it's a puppet. Like the So the puppet is like it's like a Muppet avatar. Like it took a picture of themselves and made it into a Muppet or whatever, right? And like, so then he's like, oh, it's like a Jeremy controlling you. It's like, oh, that was good.
To be obsessed with that girl about. No, don't block her. Let me troll her now. You want to troll her now?
Yeah, tell her. let me troll you. Let me troll you. I'm going to do it right now.
Troll me, lady? Let me tell you, if it's even you, let me tell you, I vanished. Megan reported on me every 2 weeks, wouldn't leave me the hell alone. You think I'm upset? I am not upset. You're out of your freaking, you're delusional. But you're going to be blocked now, lady.
No, don't block her.
No, we'll just
make up your fucking minds. He's going to block her. No, don't block her. I'm going to troll her now. I'm going to win. Now I'm going to block her. No, don't. What is it, Brian again? Is it Brian?
Keep you on there, little Muppet.
No, you know who's going to come out?
What?
Troll talk.
Troll talk.
Yeah.
Troll talk. Woo! Little Muppet. Elfie. Wait, let's Elfie the little one.
Oh my God.
I bet you if I go and look you up, you're just freaking not even existent. Why don't you trolls come out with your real names and your actual pictures? You guys are like the Ku Klux Klan back that was killing people with the mask on. Is that what you are? Because that's what you look like to me. Troll talk.
Yeah,
you want to troll me?
Tell them I wanted troll talk.
Oh yeah, Michael wants me to do.
Want to do it.
Michael wants me to do. Listen.
Do you believe in love after love? I just want to say hi to the new girls. My name's Jerome. What the fuck, dude? I've seen this dance show.
A piece of the trolls. You don't know what I can do to you all trolls. Yeah, Muppet puppets. You know, you guys are the biggest, you trolls.
Boosh, I'm gonna put another video of them up.
One of my favorite episodes you did when you did troll talk.
Yeah.
And the dancing this past week.
Yeah.
The dancing and the troll talk was my favorite.
Yeah. No,
Marissa,
trolls, coward, keyboard warriors. You're absolutely right, but like, they're like, you know what it is? Those people that would go and like kill with the mask on. It's like, show your face, you little troll. You know what's so funny when these people were going off on me? Somebody was calling me a man at one point, and I freaking went onto their Facebook page, and I couldn't tell if their wife was a man. And remember, it looked like David Bowie. His wife looked like David Bowie. And I put David Bowie next to
He fucking stuck on loading. Let me access that memory. I went onto her Facebook page and I couldn't tell. Wife, man, like wait, was it her or him?
His wife's picture. I'm like, you're gonna call me a man, buddy? No, you don't want to mess with me with trolls. Trolls, come out.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with her because she's gonna go on your Facebook page and be like, your wife's ugly to herself, and then like so much so that her husband doesn't even remember. He's like, I remember that, and then she's gonna talk about it later when you show up again, like or no, like in an out of context story. I don't even know. I don't remember how we got here. Don't fuck with her, though.
Because I will roast you like you've never seen.
Yes.
And you know what I'll do with that? I'll freaking publish it everywhere.
No, don't like roast someone like they've never seen. I've never seen a roast. Never even. Publish it? That's crazy. Guys, this person's very dangerous and powerful.
And Mama Bears protects them.
Mama Bear. Yeah. Mushroom Man. Give me the mushroom hat, Michael.
Mama Bear's Megan.
Oh, yeah, Mama Bear
Why
Megan.
Are you obsessed with Megan?
I'm not obsessed with Megan.
No, that's what they say. Why are you obsessed?
Ask Megan to leave me the hell alone. I'm not calling Megan's family. Megan's calling mine. Megan's calling my parents. Megan's calling my daughter. Megan's freaking calling my school, trying to get me fired. Megan's doing all this stuff. Who's obsessed with who? She's a goddamn single white female stalker.
Who's obsessed?
Just disappear.
Are you such a, what is this? Let's have a little thing with her.
Let's have troll talk.
You can't go.
Are you such a troglodyte?
You can't go on with your shit because you're a heckler?
It's a troglodyte, I'm guessing. I can't see the words, He's like, "Are you such a traga?" It's
Oh, Elfie, the little one, so scared.
That's not even.
Just get out of her. Let's shut her off. She freaking moron.
Yeah.
Her words aren't even funny.
If it was worth it,
It was worth it, but she sounds like an idiot.
Yeah, if you said something.
It's like the first time you got your parents on Facebook and they're like, you can just like argue about stuff on here. They're not even worth my time. If you said anything funny or interesting at all, fuck you. Like, oh God, I'm going to block you so you can't even talk to me because you're not even cool. Like, all right, Mom, that's your hairstylist.
Yeah, just get her the hell out of here. Yeah.
If you said something, would keep you on, but it wasn't.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just.
If you said anything, we would totally keep you around. We would, but we're obviously we're not gonna because you didn't. But like we would have.
And these trolls, man, there's something else, you know. But if you trolls think you're gonna scare me, you're gonna upset me, you're gonna make me cry, sorry, not gonna happen.
Okay, I think they're done talking about me. Let's shift gears a little bit. Because I do have, don't worry. Just steel yourselves. I mean, I have another one that is apparently like this one's actually like legal discussion about the What the Hell's case or some stuff in it. I'm not going to watch this right now. I just want you to know that I know that exists. Okay. Whew. So now we have something a little bit different. This is, so I have this actually timestamped at a specific spot. This is the beginning of the Pisco debate. Oh, they got like scores and stuff. Spoilers. Fuck. Pearl and Anna Kasparian are the main event, but I have this one stopped at. We're not going to watch this debate right now, but I might do it later. Not tonight. We're going to do the Pearl and Anna Kasparian. Sorry. We're going to do the Pearl and Anna Kasparian in just a second. But I just wanted to show you guys that Pisco.
Go. In other words, we're going to cut you off, okay?
Exists.
You'll hear a bell, and when you hear the bell, you got to stop. Continuing on.
The bell is like your safe word. World War debate. This is like a cool graphic. I don't know what. Way to just fuck.
All right, guys, and welcome.
Hey, Ryan, real quick. I hate to interrupt you. Can you? Okay. Pisco,
I pressed the wrong button.
The U.S. Supreme Court. Now we have something called
universal
birthright.
This is a guy I actually want to talk to right now, like not right now. His name is Ryan Mullally. He's over here on the left, but he's also on the right screen because they have this kind of oddly set up. This is Pisco down here. And also like up here pictured. And Pisco is like he's like if you went to Costco and bought liberal political legal arguments in bulk. But when you got them home, you realize they're all expired already. Like that's like how best to describe Pisco, I think. He is he's not really fun. Like he wanted to debate me on the Renee Good thing, which would have been pointless. Because he doesn't seem to understand like how self-defense law or defense law in general works and some of the other issues. And so I was just like, nah, bro, like that's fine. He's like happy to debate. I'm like, but I'm not. Like, I don't want to debate you on this thing because it wouldn't even really be funny, or it didn't seem like it. I mean, it might have been. But yeah, he's one of the debate bros, like with of the Destiny ilk. So like, if you disagree with him, they're like, "Oh, debate me, debate me, debate me." It's like, oh, fuck's sake, like, no thanks. But I have debated him before, and it was disappointing because it wasn't like a stimulating conversation. But anyway, that's in there, and that's something we might do sometime soon, because I think birthright citizenship who's that? Who are these people? I don't know who any of these fucking
Wiring basic instinct.
Okay, what are we? Oh, that's Gavin McInnes. That's the guy who just saw Gavin McInnes. Ooh, okay. I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea. This is Gavin McInnes, who bought Compound Media from Anthony Cumia, I believe. I think that's what happened. Still suing the Southern Poverty Law Center, which we'll be talking about sometime very soon. Gavin McInnes is was he one of the founders of Vice? Tim Pool was employed by Vice, but I think Gavin McInnes was one of the co-founders of Vice News, right? That's not so erudite. A Destiny Orbiter. Oh, I bet that guy's fun to talk to. Gavin McInnes, also a well-regarded cocaine user and drunk. Well, okay then. I at least have stuff to talk to him about. Who's this girl? I don't know who that is. It's a very unfortunate pause. I'm sorry, honey. Oh, the woman was not so erudite. But who's the guy? Who is the other one with the XY chromosomes? I think this guy. Who's that guy? That wasn't Nick Fuentes. Who is this? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. That's Sam Tripoli. I've heard that name. I don't know anything about him, but I have heard his name. Come on now, this is just a random 5-second thing. I think that's not intentional. I did not do this. God in the universe did. That's not fair at all. See, even this guy is that was funny. See, when you said it was a Destiny Orbiter, I figured it was the weird looking guy. Okay, so I really don't want to listen to a long fucking thing about introductions. I want to know what's going on.
How are you going to do it?
I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves.
Okay, so Pearl is here and Anna is here. What the fuck was that question? I got to find the right spot that it starts.
If you're going to change somebody's mind tonight, that one person, how are you going to do it?
Just that one person.
I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves.
Fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up, all right? Have fun with it.
Sounds good.
And who was first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids.
They're not. What do they even do all day? What do you do? Women aren't doing anything. Come on.
We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women...
Only because you took away all of our no chicks allowed signs. Rude. I'm going to be annoyed at both of these arguments. I'm going to be so fucking irritated because I could smell the internet coming off of them right now.
Women have contributed a substantial portion of the U.S. economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017...
That specious reasoning, just because we ended up here, doesn't mean that we would have ended up less. Like, I mean, we don't know what would have otherwise occurred. And we can't go, well, if women didn't work, it would have been 47% lower. We just know that the economy went up the amount that it went up. But the economy generally trends upward. Inflation, expansion, population growth, etc. Domestic output increases over time, absent some crazy sort of intervening event or a recession, which is typically a temporary reset unless you're, in a communist country in which a recession is always and forever. But and I'm not saying that we would have done better or anything. Like we literally just can't possibly know what would have happened if a bunch of women stayed home instead of working, like as a rule or whatever. Like if we just really had kept women out of the workforce and they were then able to pursue whatever other endeavor. Maybe we would have bred a lot more children, for example, like as a hypothetical, and the men, I guess, who came out of that would have been, sufficiently supplemental to the economy. We don't know. Maybe there would have been another war because women would have been at home and bored and nagged world leaders until, they decided to start shooting each other. I hate these types of discussions because it's the use of economic data without an actual application of economic principles.
Women were responsible.
It's literally the Star Trek Ferengi argument because Ferengis didn't allow their women to work. And then suddenly they did. And they're like twice as many workers, twice as many customers. Business grows. It's like, well, that's not quite how things function, but okay.
Responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women...
Oh, we're going to talk about unpaid labor now. That's right. Because when men stop working during the day, they don't engage in unpaid labor supplemental to their paid labor. The reality is that everyone's day, 100% of it is paid labor or unpaid labor. All of it. Now, the quality of labor may not be much more than breathing or whatever, but try doing any of this. There's an economic value and an economic cost to all of it that happens. It's a misnomer to suggest that women weren't contributing to the economy prior to them joining the workforce in large numbers. And it's similarly a misnomer to suggest that women's contributions outside of the workplace have value, but men's do not. it just didn't make any sense.
Are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's
damn it, this is going to happen like crazy. Making up the majority of an industry doesn't actually suggest that the predominant or prevailing gender in the workforce is the most efficient use of those work hours, and that their economic output is optimized. It doesn't mean it isn't either. But being like, oh, women make up 80% of this industry. Okay, but like, let's hypothetically say that, that I'm not saying they could, but let's hypothetically say that men could accomplish the same amount with less numbers. Then it doesn't really matter that it's 80%. It's just that there's not enough men to do that job the way we are structured now, because they're doing other jobs that might have higher economic value for their skill set. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't come in and do a comparable or even better job, or worse. We don't know. Again, these are impossible things. This is to attempt to argue the value of something that is based on something that can't, versus something that can't be known. Economics tends to require that you hold all variables the same except for one at a time, and then measure the impact of that thing. But everything else has to remain equal, because otherwise you get unfair comparisons or illogical comparisons or downright opposite comparisons like Jon Stewart's thing last night. This is the problem I was mentioning. The application of, well, the use of economic data in argument without the application of economic method to apply and actually to derive, apply, and interpret that data. It's like a hammer. It's just plastered on the front of the hammer, and you're just slamming it into the sidewalk. And you're like, look, I'm really good at hammering cement. It's like, but I don't want you to hit that sidewalk, maybe. Or maybe I do. I'm not sure. Maybe the sidewalk's $8 and the car is $10. Anyway, I'm going to stop.
16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly...
It's called a bachelor's degree because it's supposed to be for guys and lesbians, dummy.
58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating.
Can't have anything. Women got to come invade our territory.
Graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's...
There's also the false value structure being applied here that works on assumptions, right? The assumption is that a PhD is of particular value to an economy. A PhD may be particularly valuable to a particular economy. An aerospace engineering degree in the United States is particularly valuable, like a PhD in aerospace engineering. That's great. A PhD in aerospace engineering in Malta, probably not as economically impactful, for example, like just thinking about it. But I could be like, I'm guessing, I'm using what seems like it's true, but the concept behind it is still true. I'm pretty sure I'm right, but the concept is still true. The mere presence of more PhDs doesn't imply anything for the economy at all. Those PhDs must be valuable in the context in which they exist for them to have a significantly positive economic impact. I mean, they'll all have some economic impact, but I would say there are plenty of PhDs that are of negative traditional economic value. They cost more than the person then produces, especially because the cost of educating someone, the housing them, feeding them, and all this stuff, and them not being economically productive during that time. PhDs keeping people in school, long past 12th grade for another 7 to 8 years or whatever it may be, 8 to 12 years. That time they spend not producing necessarily as much. They may have a part-time job or whatever. But what if they die in a car accident, for example? Or again, just their PhDs in something that doesn't have a sufficient economic return to make the investment worth it. So without knowing more about these PhDs and how they specifically impact things, again, it's useless data.
According to the U.S. Department of Justice, rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s.
Why are you trying to stop guys from their good hobbies? God, they take away everything.
Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns.
Yeah, thanks for the, see that, this is another thing though, like the two-income household becoming normalized versus the one-income household. One suppresses wages. So like, I get it that a bunch of chicks entered the workforce and that's cool. Like I'm good with it. I like working with women more than I like working with men most of the time. So like, I'm fine with that. But here's the thing, like you normalized a two-income household, which then allows price ultimately to trend upwards. As the available amount of economic resources on average in a household has now increased. So price of everything gets to increase as well. So you may have higher overall economic output, but you have to look at purchasing power, which is a specific measurement of economics at specific times and specific considerations, et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot of stuff that doesn't fit into a fucking internet debate. It goes in, a doctoral dissertation to be ignored by everybody. But these things do have trade-offs. Like, and again, I'm all for women working. Like, get to it. But let's not overstate this. Like, there are negative economic impacts that accompany the positives because that's how economics works. The system reaches equilibrium and it pushes towards equilibrium at all times. And it did that prior to women being in the workforce too. We just had single income households being the predominant traditional way things were done. And that economic equilibrium meant that inflation was down. You had to inflate when you started adding people to the workforce in droves and adding economic outcome. But the per worker, the individual's earning power is suppressed by the sudden flood of supply of workers. Wait, like I don't know, maybe, did you know that?
Women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that
inherently valuing educational attainment is, again, there's a level of education that is appropriate for society on average. Bell curved education and economic output. You want to maximize those two things, but that's not the same in each place. When I went to Tahiti, there were no skilled jobs. The guy's like, this is on the island of Moorea specifically, not the main island. But he says, the guy's like, the tour guide, he's like, there's no doctors here or scientists. We don't have like a lab. Like there's a physician, family doctor or whatever, but there's no like research doctor, research facility. He's like, you're not going to find Tahitian, physicians, astronomers, all these things. Like, we don't have time for that. It's like, okay, well, there's not much value in being highly educated in that society, which is fine. Like it's not necessary. It's not useful. And the economic output of that doesn't match up with the input to get there.
It's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London.
Cool.
She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman.
I do not like Pearl's shirt.
But she didn't.
Anna Kasparian, like, distinguishing from Anna, that Star Wars girl, although this is true about both of them, they dress very, very well. Different styles, and at least in public appearances of Anna Kasparian. I won't talk about how she dresses in private. Like, I don't know. It's a joke. She dresses very classy, but like, this is a good look. I like the buckle down here, because it's not just a plain dress. I can't see all of it, but it's very feminine, but it's also, I guess it's straightforward and professional and bold, but it's feminine and soft. I like it. And I don't know what's going on with the neckline. We need to zoom in on her neckline, please.
And she could have
I wonder if this
been
buckle
the
isn't part of her
traditional
dress, but it's
chaste
part of
woman living
That's
out
the podium. Oh, gay. I wanted a buckle down here for some reason, but no, that's just a handle on the podium.
her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal...
The fallacy of hypocrisy doesn't negate an argument. Oh, she says being chaste and traditional is better, but she's not. Well, her not being chaste and traditional doesn't mean that it's not better. Right? Like, that's an independent claim. It's the fallacy of hypocrisy. Oh, they didn't do the thing that they said was good, therefore the thing must be bad. Well, that's dumb. Why would that be the case?
Choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often
Good.
argue that modern feminism has weakened families
Bash
and
whoever the fuck
resulted
you
in a
want.
lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married.
She's saying that the economic risk and input doesn't match the tangible output of a marriage, which really can be measured in, I guess, children, that second income. I guess you can tangibly measure sex, and that's basically what she's saying. It's like, well, if guys want sex, they can just shack up with someone, like they can just have sex. And typically that second income doesn't outweigh the cost of the other person for the guy. Right? The pooling of resources is an averaging between the two for a reason, but it does necessarily have one side, which is has traditionally been the men's side, or the male side, but each relationship would be different, right? But it typically does have one side operating at an economic loss by adding the other person, where the other operates at an economic gain. But there are other factors to it that make it enticing. Pearl disagrees with those factors. Well, let's not pretend that her assertions about the raw value, the monetary value, and especially the risks involved with divorce, ending up where a guy might bring some level to the marriage of economic output that is higher, but get half of it taken away even though half of it wasn't contributed by the other person. And then what she's probably also going to say, though, is that women also tend to reap a higher percentage on the social side because they tend to get to keep the kids and are more involved in the child rearing. Not all women will agree with this, or men, or whatever, but it sounds like when you frame it that way, that men lose out on the averaging on both sides of that equation. Now, again, there's other things involved that people value, but that's not the argument here, and it maybe could be. But Anna isn't disproving Pearl in this moment.
Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
Yes!
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think.
Women are too fat and STD infected. Does anybody disagree with the second statement? Even in a vacuum, the existence of STDs at all means that, yes, women and men, of course, are too STD infected. Until the number is 0, that's true. But again, what's the value in that? It's funny, and Anna may overlook the funny element of what Pearl says, but it is funny. Too fat, though, that's 100% true.
Think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Boring. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you. Nice job. Okay.
Wait, women are in bad shape. It's not, feminism's not the reason? What is it? Can we figure it out? Like, I don't even care about the debate. Can we get everybody to be hotter, please?
Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question.
Ebony Towers slightly larger than the ivory ones, I think. Like, I've heard that.
Question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered
in their prime earning years. Like, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how she defines men's prime earning years. I think men's prime earning years start after 35. Personally, most of the men I know become much more financially stable in that 33 to 38 range, and that tends to continue for them. I don't know a lot of. Well, I have a long discussion about the impending economic shift, or I guess societal shift to a post-consumer creator economy, and how the creator economy is pushing the economic earning potential of everybody downwards, younger and younger and younger, for various reasons. And most of them being opportunity, the others being the marketability of beauty on an individual level. Women are able to start earning quite a bit of money in a really short window of time for a lot of them, between the ages of 18 and we'll say 40. Now, obviously, you have examples like Elizabeth Hurley and Demi Moore who are able to market their beauty well into their advanced years, and that's great. That's cool. But things like Instagram, et cetera, and the rise of the impending tidal wave of OnlyFans is allowing the opportunity for people to earn in that window on their own in a way that hasn't really existed before. But it also works for men, both in the same way. And this applies for women too, in the arts, especially, not just in physical attractiveness and beauty, and same with men, Men can market their physical attractiveness and beauty in different ways and at younger ages. And there's a different purchasing audience that goes along with the earning audience being younger. The purchasing audience is younger, but not just in that field. And traditionally, when we have a downward push in the age of earning in a significant way, it was related to, beauty and celebrity. Well, beauty and celebrity are being pushed out to everybody. The opportunity to change the way you look very, very rapidly is demonstrated by people like Clavicular, for example, who in 6 months changed himself from a twerp to a gigachad, right? Like, he didn't do it in the healthiest ways. and there's some controversy there, but that's going to continue to improve, is maybe not the right word, but become more available, more affordable, and available younger and more reliable and safer. Like, all of that's going to happen. And we see cultures like, South Korea and their heavy favoritism or heavy favor of plastic surgery, for example. It's a cultural shift that's ahead of the United States, and the availability of it and the cost of it and the skill of the people doing it have all improved in that country specifically because their culture values it. We're going to see that here in the United States, and that changes the calculus of all of this stuff. And I don't think anybody's ready for it. I don't know why I went on this tangent. It's a subject I really want to talk a lot about, but I don't know where the appropriate place is. So I just do it when Pearl's talking.
Women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women.
Yeah. Yes. Morality aside, this is it seems to be an economic statement, generally speaking, but I would hope, again, morality aside, and from a purely economic standpoint, you would hope that people go where their income is 50 times higher per hour. That makes sense. Oh, there's more of these in those, especially when the availability of that job, I guess, is relatively limitless. Walmart's is limited, right? Like, the amount of people Walmart can hire is limited by how many Walmarts there are and how much money they have. The amount of people who can independently work, whether it's sex work or other, like Pearl's making a specific statement about prostitution or OnlyFans or whatever. But the availability to independently work and earn isn't limited to those fields. And so that is when the economy is the individual, when the total economic system is the individual, they are the earner, they are the worker, they are the boss, the manager, whatever. They have the opportunity to do something that you can't possibly do when someone else is paying you. Doesn't mean you're going to be successful. Most people fail. But again, our whole economy is about to shift towards this. And I'm really interested in what that looks like.
Will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity.
It isn't, like, funny way to but it isn't. Those things, I get your concept, but don't bring like a constitutional statement in that's so obviously incorrect.
Tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism hasn't.
I like Pearl, by the way. I don't like her shirt and skirt combo here. I'm not a fan of this outfit. I don't know what the. I always assume when people are doing things like this that their choices are very intentional. I'm just not quite sure what this choice is supposed to communicate. I just know I'm not a fan of this outfit at all. This is very important to me.
Empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder?
I have one of those. Yeah, me.
Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide.
Someone said, I've seen a couple people say, how's Ragged still awake? Well, I have to be awake for a little longer. I do have to wrap up here in about 20-ish minutes at the longest, but I needed to be up anyway. So I figured I'd stream and hang out with you guys. Give people a place to chat and make fun of me at least.
Of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the...
You're not doing it right if you're almost killed. Like, come on. Hopefully he learned.
United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took...
Like, I know it's not... Like, I know it's not a funny joke. I also know, like, I get that it's not real, but it's funny that it's called the... It's not funny. It's funny to me that it's called the airborne infantry, but he got, like, a roadside bomb got him. It's like, aren't you supposed to be, like, up? Would be the joke. But I know that that's not, like, how that works. It's just how it sounds. And jokes sound away.
Over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her...
Should have just murdered a chocolate cake, like, you know, like a healthy person.
The response he got was, I told you I did not want you living here. At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father.
It's really tempting. Like, I don't know this guy, and I don't want to say anything bad about him. I don't know anything about him at all. But I don't know anything about him, though. Like, this is a rhetorical trick that's really, really good, right? Like, so Pearl is, and praising Pearl and her internet debatey tactic here, but for problem-solving discussion, this stuff is not useful. For internet debates, it's fine. But here's the thing. So, like, here's a rhetorical trick. You set up that men suffer in divorce court at the hands of women unjustly, all right? And then you bring out an anecdotal story without any facts to tell us, like, why something happened, in which a man sounds like he has a bad outcome. And it does sound like he has a bad outcome. But what if there's a reason he had a bad outcome? The rhetorical trick short circuits your brain so you don't think about the possibility that it was bad, because you assume there's no possible way you would bring he's not this to my knowledge, but let's say he sledgehammers bunnies like on YouTube or something, like that's what he does. And the judge is like, yeah, so a kid shouldn't be around that very much. Only 96 hours a month, like for sledgehammering, bunnies or whatever. Maybe there's a reason, but see the rhetorical setup of men get unfairly treated in divorce and lose, combined with a man who has a bad divorce outcome, makes our brain assume that he shouldn't have had that outcome. Now, again, I don't know anything about this guy. I assume based on her using his name, him nodding and stuff, and talking about how the wife kicked him out of the home and stuff, that he has a story that is sympathetic. But I don't know those. That bothers me.
While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home, and his PTSD and constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. While at his post in 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veteran Center.
See, so Fat Gerald Falcone Paunch. Without speaking to him specifically, because I don't know, and that was my point, is I don't know. And you may know that the story about his wife killing his dog is as presented. She said, but all I know is Pearl said his wife murdered his dog, his 6-year-old chocolate lab, which sucks, right? That's awful. But I don't know what she means when she says his wife murdered this dog. I don't know what she means by that. Did she fail to take care of it? Did she actually intentionally kill it? And maybe that's what she means. I don't know. The problem is the way it's framed is to make you assume that it happened that way, that the framing is accurate, to assume the facts are the way they are. And again, I don't know this guy at all. He could have the worst story ever. The point would still stand that I don't know. I don't know it. And so it's an anecdote that isn't even useful because I don't know the data behind the anecdote. And a lot of the missing links in the story are why questions, which aren't empirical, but are useful. They're useful. It doesn't change our overall point, but it makes it hard to discern how right it is.
Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Popp was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Popp decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years
regretting it. No, I'm just kidding. Terrence Popp, I think I've seen this or listened to this guy on Glenn Beck like 15 years ago or something. No, I've heard this guy's name specifically. I know a little bit about his story. I think I'm now remembering more about the dogs. And if I remember right, the wife was a monster, legitimately so. But here's the other problem with the anecdote, right? His story isn't typical, which is why he's there. So this is a two-pronged issue. One, the anecdote relies on the narrator for the underlying facts and the underlying reasoning. And then two, the anecdote is anomalous, but presented to justify the regular outcome, or to suggest that it's the regular outcome. He has one of the worst divorce stories ever. That's why she's picking it, right? And again, it's anecdotal, and this is why anecdotal evidence isn't that useful in illustrating, in having arguments with data available.
576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence. Yeah.
Good job.
Now, why am I telling you this?
Yeah, guy.
Because men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. Stop it.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion?
This is a two-coquet fallacy. Well, if they're doing this, why aren't they doing it this way or also this way or doing also this? But again, who cares if women are fighting for equality? Like, oh, but that's the feminism thing, right? Like that's the whole point of this argument, I guess. But it's still a two-coquet fallacy. Well, if women are fighting for equality, why aren't they fighting for equality like this? Maybe that isn't equality. Maybe it is. Maybe that's one reason. Or maybe they haven't had the opportunity to do it yet. Or maybe the resources for it need to be allocated at some point in the future when some other task is accomplished. Who knows? Who knows? But maybe that's what she's saying. Maybe she's genuinely asking.
Working or becoming sex workers. Thank you.
Okay.
Scarlett Pearl has some very interesting.
It's going to be a heavy one. We're going to go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the...
I will interrogate myself. That's how I would do it, especially if I was on stage with a woman. You only get 70% of the attention that I do now, because I'm paying attention to me.
Specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic. Can you cite some actual studies that look at these statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in an
people what
ivory
to
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how
this
to
debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because if you look at the data, which I did, of course,
Of course. I mean, suggesting Pearl didn't look at the data is a little disingenuous. She may not have looked at it as thoroughly, but Pearl has some data, right? Like that is there. But let's hear about it. I want to hear what's going on.
you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
Alimony
stop
is paid
spending.
out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $440.
Alimony is paid out in 10% of divorces because alimony specifically has been disfavored by the courts over the past several years, which no matter how many times I've said that over the past several years, red pill guys and even friends of mine would tell me I'm wrong. I'm not. There are certain areas and states where alimony is a much higher risk for men, but a lot of the men out there aren't at a high risk for an alimony issue outside of specific states or specific fact patterns. That's fine because alimony should be reduced because women are entering the workforce at a higher rate and two-income households are more and more prevalent. That's the whole, that's the trade-off. And here's the silly thing. We don't need to presume an equality of economic output or earning potential for the two spouses. For whatever reason, I mean, we know the reason that it used to be. It used to be men were the sole breadwinners. And so in divorce, men kept the earning potential and women did not really have, not only did they forego the opportunity to earn, earlier when they were raising children or whatever, typically speaking, but they also didn't have the same economic opportunities available. Just in general, women hadn't fully joined the workforce when these laws came about. And they've been changing and shifting in response to it. They're just slow. But alimony is based on a false premise that the two people should have an equal or equal-ish or even comparable income after the divorce. And there's nothing to suggest that they should. Alimony presumed it because there was only one earner, and it gave a buffer time, for the woman who maybe didn't have training or whatever, like because she didn't work, gave a buffer time for her to try and catch up. And sometimes that buffer time is really long, depending on the income disparity. But the income disparity is shrinking, alimony is shrinking. That doesn't make alimony right, and that doesn't mean that men aren't subject to unfair outcomes in divorce just because alimony is better.
$21 a month, and only 60%.
Do I know Pearl? I've never met her in person, although that's probably going to change really soon because I believe I'm going to go do. She's invited me to come down to her studio and do a show with her. She had invited me at the end of last year, but with my travel schedule, in December, I wasn't able to go. But I do intend to go down to her studio and do a show with her. I think I know a couple other people in the area that I might be able to do a show with too. So we'll see. I don't know what the schedule on that will be.
Right, but how much of those payments get paid out? How much? Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40%.
That's a dishonest statistic and I am not full red pill on divorce. Like I see problems with it, but what Anna just did there is really, really dishonest because part of that agreement is the understanding of the threat of how custody could go and has traditionally gone in favor of women. Anna's stat of 95% settled by mutual agreement is based on the fact that 85% of contested custody outcomes go in favor of the mother. The risk proposition for the man negotiating for custody to get that mutual agreement, the risk proposition is 85-15 or 50-50, for example, or whatever he controls. And those negotiated propositions tend to favor women because of the way that parenting time is structured and the way that parenting time is structured in regards to child support, which pays, based on tiers of parenting time. And so women want to push closer to 100% if they're not the primary earner and to increase the amount of child support they will get. Men want to push towards 45% at the minimum to reduce the amount of child support that they will pay by the most. But if they can't get to 45%, they end up paying quite a bit more. It used to be quite a bit more. Minnesota, for example, used to have a huge change at 10%, or I think it was 12%, and then at 45%, it became almost even. So guys would try to get to 45%, and women would try as hard as they could to keep it away from 45% to make sure they got more than nothing. That was a dumb system. Now it's stratified out in basically 10% increments, but not all states have it. It's taking a while to readjust to a change in the traditional understanding of the family unit. It is taking time. It's getting better, but it's not great. And Anna's lying about the stat, or not lying. She's omitting key elements of it, and which then directly impact the outcome, and it makes it a dishonest representation.
Wow, Zap, Nick was not expecting you. Still live when I got up. Gonna watch a 2X because 1X is cringe.
Only do your second X after several hours just to make sure you don't do too much.
Wow, Zap Nick, was not expecting you still live when I got up. Gonna watch at 2x because 1x is cringe.
I don't know why you sent both of those, but I appreciate it. Thank you. That was actually two different ones. Well,
Of the time, men do get full custody 20% of the time, and 40% of the time it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you.
So, I don't know why she put in assuming neither spouse is abusive. This is really hard for people to understand about family law, but abuse between spouses tends to not impact parenting time determinations unless the abuse by one spouse of another is done in front of the children and typically intentionally. So long as the abusive party isn't abusive towards the children, the courts reason, well, that's not the parenting relationship. Now, if they've abused the children's other parent in front of the child, that's considered abuse of the child also. So, that becomes something else. But, and again, I'm speaking typically around Minnesota law in how this is done. And the reason I do that is because Minnesota is pretty liberal. But when I say that Minnesota is pretty liberal on this one, Minnesota has been specifically pushing to make up the gap between women and men in favor of men for years. Now they're not there and they're not perfect at it, but it's one of the states that is leading the charge, and a lot of times you can see where other states will be going.
Respond. If you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay.
Pearl's tall. They did not account for how, when you really look at this, Pearl is much taller than Anna, and so her little tiny mic stand is not doing it.
Alimony
guys,
and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50.
2x even for super tips.
Thanks a bunch. Thank you.
50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation.
There are
Those are the stats.
There are 1.6 million men in this country.
You can manipulate them any way you want, but I think what she was more trying to say is you could present them in a way that is manipulative. The stats are the stats. The stats are always the stats. The facts are always the facts. It's how you deliver the facts and the stats. Kind of like when I criticized Pearl of earlier, you set up the assumption of, I think it's called assuming the consequent is the fallacy. I'm not a philosophy a logic. Sorry. I'm not a logistician, but I know a little bit about fallacy. I think it's assuming the consequent or whatever is the fallacy there, but where you set it up to make people believe that the underlying facts are a particular way without actually showing that. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Like I said, I had to be up. My kids have early stuff going on, and rather than make Lady Raggers get up super early or make me get up super early after a short nap, I figured I'd just stay up and then I'd sleep afterwards, which, not an uncommon thing for me to do at other times. It's just I haven't done it as much lately because my sleep schedule got changed pretty dramatically for some reasons. But thanks for hanging out with me and just indulging some chat, indulging some videos, and hopefully laughing at some stuff and having a decent time. We did end up with, we did end up with 13 new members, and there's one super chat that I think I missed, or two. Holly, movie star, says, what's wrong with a little cheese on a taco? Gross. Ryan Gaisling is a new is a new member as well. Thank you for joining up. That does put us at 14 for the show now. And I am going to turn in. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. And hopefully we'll have a stream later tonight, like normal. I do plan on doing the Lynette Preston deposition sometime soon. I was going to start it Monday. The ICE thing has really, you know what? I'm on Jacob Frey's side now. But we'll see you guys then. Hope you have a good night, good morning, good day, whatever it is, and I'll talk to you soon. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag of more of that broad. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the poem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the love of